En, dva, en, dva, tri, en, dva, en, dva, en, dva, dva, dva. En, dva, 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 dva. En, dva, dva. To moram jaz slišati, a ne? Bilo mesto utonilo je v mrak. Ta-da-da-pa-pa-da-pa-da-dam. Pam-param, param, pam, pam, param. Param, pam, pam, param. Param, pam, pam, param. Param, pam, pam, param. Param, sem dva signala. Pam, param, pam, param. Param, pam, pam, param. Param, pam, pam, param. Param, pam. Malenkost. Še nekaj lahko pogledam, ka mislim, da to celo imam. Plac. Adobe Stream. Ne. Bilo mesto utonilo je v mrak. Slike. Ja, ne. Nimam. O, Matjaž, živijo.
Deluje?
Ja. Zdaj že stream pošiljam črte.
Zdaj tam v uni predavalnici, ne? Smo zdaj povedal Leon.
Ja.
Tam je zdaj na uni žici tudi pač en router, ki je...
Ja, sem se z Leonom
pogovarjal. 54, ne vem.
A kamera je bil fiksna tudi?
Zdaj edin, če je sam router,
Ena
ne?
fiksna bo kle, druga se bo pa premikala.
Ena fiksna bo tukaj.
Ja.
Ves promet ne bi smel pač
Ne.
nikakor ne. Zdaj sam, če ima sam ta
En,
router,
dva, tri.
da vaš signal spušča.
Aha. en, dva, en, dva. En, dva, en, dva, en, dva. En, dva, en, dva. En, dva, 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 tri, dva, tri, dva, dva, en, dva, dva. Ti delaš super. dva, en, dva, en, dva, dva, tri. Nimam.
Ni bila še ena.
Ja, še en del malo. Ti znaš, kako je šumel, ko sem jaz besnil, spomniš?
Ja.
No. Zmenjen. Ja. Seveda, vse že prišel tam.
Miro, ta bom imel itak na... Ko bom tam zraven, pa bom to pojačil. Tako bom imel, veš.
It's easier to use this because you can move.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1. Čakaj, škabo. Ena, ena, a, a. Aha, se ga imaš. Ena, ena, ena. Aha, ojačanje imaš, ali kaj? Ena, ena. Aha, zdaj pa je, evo ga. Super, 1, 2. A ga imamo, za katerega ga boš raj? Za Mirata. Okay. Zmenen. 1, 1, Miro. Miro to mikrofon. Miro to mikrofon. Miro to mikrofon. Miro.
Ja?
Test, test. Test drugi mikrofon, test drugi mikrofon. Jako tam, ok, super.
čez 30 sekund. Ok, lejte, dobrodošli na današnjem 6. srečanju slovenskih nabavnih konzorcijev mednarodne znanstvene literature. Jaz vas pozdravljam v imenu organizatorjev. To je projekt, pri katerem sodeluje več knjižnic ali pa inštitucij. Delay. Ja, testing. Ok. Ja, ok. Vem, zakaj gre, se opravičujem. Takole bom naredil. Ok. Sedaj bo boljše. Se pravi, še enkrat, pozdravljam vas na tem našem srečanju. Dobrodošli na Ekonomski fakulteti. Dobrodošli tudi jutri v prostorih na Trgu Republike 3. Naj vas obvestim, da je približno nekaj več kot 130 udeležencev te konference. Vsi se niso za danes prijavili, večina jih pride jutri. Tako da seveda smo zelo veseli in zadovoljni. Ta projekt, kot sem že omenil, to je projekt večjih institucij, Narodne univerzitetne knjižnice, univerzitetne knjižnice iz Maribora, Centralne tehnične knjižnice in tudi s podporo firme Scientific Knowledge Services, ki nam zelo izdatno pomaga tudi z logistično podporo in pa z ostalimi stvarmi na tem področju. Jaz sem potegnil kratko slamco danes in bom moral voditi to prireditev, oziroma šalim se, z veseljem jo bom vodil, današnji dan je moj in upam, da bom upravičil zaupanje vas vseh, seveda. Zdaj sem bom pa usedel, kajti težko bom stal skozi, videli ste me. Zdaj, glede nekaterih tehničnih informacij, čisto za začetek, najprej Wi-Fi je public. Odprite svoje naprave in začnete delati. Zdaj, druga stvar je pa jezik. Glede na zadnje debate okrog rabe slovenskega jezika v znanosti, izobraževanju in tako naprej, so pač različne dileme. So pač različni pristopi. Jaz predlagam, da danes uporabimo angleški jezik kot jezik naše preditve, predvsem zaradi tega, ker je delež tujih obiskovalcev večji kot sicer. Potem bomo pa jutri videli, kako naprej, če se strinjate, ali je... Ok. Potem naredim sedaj klik na mojo angleščino. Vas pa opozarjam pri tej angleščini, jaz sem z Koroške prihajam, tako da je tak poseben akcent, ne? So, dear colleagues, welcome at the 6th convention of Slovenian Consortia for International Scientific Literature. Once again, Miro Pušnik, probably you know me, and I will moderate it today. I hope I will not disappoint my colleagues who have entrusted me this very important task. First, some technical information. First information is Wi-Fi. It's free of any authentication, so just open devices and start work. Then language we said, okay, in Slovene language we said that we will use English language. However, once again, all of you, please do not hesitate to stop us. We will try to do some summaries or something in Slovene. I think it's any problem. And also social networking, please inform people around about our conference. One of the primary aims of this event today and tomorrow as well is to operate nosy and to be noticed by the society around. So please use our hashtag CCRC16 to inform all people which are not here to follow those other events. I want to mention also that we are recording. We will be streaming during 2 days, so this event will be accessible also wider, not only here from these premises. Now, some acknowledgements. First of all, I would like to thanks to the Faculty of Economics to enable us to organize today's event here. At this point, I would like to inform you that we expected some stuff from faculty, but due to very well-known reasons, I think that mostly you are met with those problems now. It is September, and it is very special September. A lot of theses should be defended in this month, so they just informed me that they would like to excuse them, and their message to us is they will support us, they are supporting us, and they will support us. And the proof is also that they enable us to use them premises to have this event here. For CTK, so the library from which I'm coming, it's very important to share the knowledge around, to cooperate and to organize together an event like this. I mean, it's very difficult to organize such an event without cooperation, collaboration of many stakeholders, or many institutions. So great thanks, therefore, also to National and University Library of Ljubljana, for University Library Maribor. I must not forget to mention also publishers, which support this event with professional presentation, and we are glad to have possibility to exchange information. It's maybe a good chance to do more informal talks, not such formal, not negotiations. Our aim is maybe to talk less formal, but let's go party with. And also, yes, I haven't forget also scientific knowledge services, Tiberius and his team, to support us with huge logistic and also with some other things. It's absolutely great assistance from them as well. And also, great cheers to volunteers, those colleagues here, Ines is here, and Urška, I think so. So if you have if you need any assistance today, tomorrow, any questions, please do not hesitate to ask them. And in the end, thank you to all of you, to delegates, to participants in this conference, because without audience, there is no party, I think so. So it's really nice to have more than 100 professionals from Slovenian libraries and also from abroad, from the region here in Ljubljana. I would like maybe just, if you allow me, 5 minutes maybe just to do a short introduction, and then we will start with presentation. What is the intention of, or better, why we organize this event? This event started with small, let's say, professional meeting as consortia of CTK meeting members. But however, we noticed that it is very important to get, to assure, let's say, possibility in good environment to exchange information, professional information between each other. So we joined forces, all of mentioned libraries, and first aim is that we would like to keep together all stakeholders in our field. So in the field of licensing and assuring access to electronic information resources. So those stakeholders are publishers, founders, librarians and libraries, and also on the end users, researchers, students, etc. So we have some students here as delegates as well, I mean, and very welcome. And I hope we will not talking about the money all the time, or better to say, even I hope we will actually do not talk about the money and about the budgeting. We will talk maybe more about new upcoming licensing models, about new ways, according to new phenomena, how to map our path from current classical subscription model to more to open science model where all those things are more complex and more complicated. So it's very important to have any possible and valuable information. So exchanging information with professionals from other side, with professionals from abroad, is very important for us. This is the first aim. But it's also some other goals that we want to achieve with this event. I will cite Kathleen Scherer. It's probably well known, Kathleen Scherer. She is executive director of CORE, Open Access, Confederation of Open Access and Repositories. He said very clear that there are differences between countries. For countries with well-funded libraries, subscriptions, budgets, and strong national licensing agencies, it's very feasible to redirect funds to designate for subscriptions and to redirect those money for open access. In open access model as APCs, article proceeding charge, etc. This model is problematic in many other countries, especially those who are small, because there are different reasons for that. And we will be faced very easy with another unintended consequences. So could be the barrier to publish for researchers from these countries due to having fewer resources and smaller budgets, and some other reasons. So since countries in our region are small and faced with those budgeting problems as well, we're listening stories about that. For me, it's also, and for us, it's also a very important task that, let's say, aim of this meeting to set and maybe to prepare conditions for regional cooperation between countries in the region. And maybe to start with thinking how to go together with those problems. And our opinion is that we should go step by step, slowly, but there are a lot of space from my perspective. So I think that all those things I mentioned are now on the table, and during those 2 days, I hope that we can discuss about very intensively. But we can talk about this hours and hours, but I suggest that we start slowly also with presentations. And our first speaker today will be Professor Paul Iris, and I cannot imagine better start for today's event. If I try to list all Paul's positions, it would take too much time, so I will go only with some of them. Formerly president of LIBER, now senior LIBER advisor to the LIBER board in European Union matters. He is also a member and co-chair of LERU, League of European Research Universities. And also he is very experienced on negotiations. He is chair of the GISC working group, but on the end, Paul is also director of library service in the University College of London, and also from 2013 is also chief executive of UCL Press, which is very, very interesting organization, and it will be presented tomorrow. So I would like to invite Dr. Paul Iris to start with his presentation.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to come and to talk in Ljubljana today. It's my second visit here in Ljubljana, so I'm very glad to see you've ordered such nice weather. Thank you very much for that. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about subscription issues and the modern priorities in negotiating for big deals with commercial providers, and also offer an example of how universities can assert a role in university publishing by setting up their own university presses. But these are topics for tomorrow. I might say a little bit about them today. What I've been asked to talk about today is to give an example of what a 21st century research library is meant to look like. And I thought I should put myself to the test by presenting some of the things we are doing in my university, UCL, University College London, and then for you to tell me at the end of the presentation whether you think this looks like a 21st century research library or whether I failed. In fact, we're still very traditional in what we do. I think the answer may be a bit of both. We've innovated in a lot of areas, but my library is 200 years old. My university is the third oldest university in England, founded in 1826 after Oxford and Cambridge, and it's quite difficult to change things in a university library that is so well established. But I am in the next 30 minutes going to talk a little bit about some of these issues. What are the challenges facing a university and so the library service that the university offers? And then look at some of the areas that we have managed to change, to modernise and to use to present 21st century services. So we're going to look at what we're doing with buildings, and I spend most of my time actually, not unfortunately, talking about open access, but talking about buildings and how to increase the size of buildings in central London, which is quite a challenge when there is nowhere to build. But you will see what we're doing in UCL. I will talk about open access. I will talk a little bit about research data and the role of libraries in that space, and then try and draw some conclusions at the end of the talk. So let's start by looking at the challenges. So what kind of university is UCL? And what are the challenges that a research-led university like mine actually faces? Well, here are some facts and figures about UCL. This is the framework in which I'm asked to work by my senior management in the provost and his vice provost in the university. And these are just some indicative figures. I won't go through them all, but there are some indicative figures about the type of place UCL is. So this is the kind of service that we're supposed to be providing. So we have our total research income from external grant funders in 2014-15 was around £400 million, just over £400 million. So that's £400 million coming in to the university, some of which comes into the library, because obviously we're supporting research in the library. So some of our funding, some of my funding in the library comes from the research income that the university is generating. And so we generate around 400 million. So in 2014-15, that research income coming into the whole university was around £400 million, which makes us second in the, if you had a league table of universities saying which universities get the most research income, then UCL would be second in the UK in that league table, a little bit, not very far, but a little bit behind Oxford. If you took another measure, say the total amount of research income coming in from our research councils, so we have 7 research councils in the United Kingdom, and they're held together under an umbrella body called Research Councils UK, and they're one of the main funders, not the only funder, but they're one of the main funders of research in my university. And here, as the third bullet on the slides show, our total research income was just over £148 million from the research councils. So if you were to use that measure, that would actually put UCL at the top in the league table in terms of the amount of money we get from our research councils. So that gives you the flavour for the kind of university that UCL is. Very, very research intensive. Everything has to be related to the research agenda because that's the kind of university that we are. But we have many challenges, as this illustration from one of our special collections in UCL shows. This is actually an illustration from our Feldbuch der Wundarznei, which is a field book for surgery, 16th century surgery, and it was telling 16th century surgeons how to cure, or probably kill, actually, patients on the battlefield who were fighting in the religious wars of the 16th century. And this book actually is stained red, so we know that's blood. So that it actually went out onto the battlefield and was held by a surgeon as he was trying to treat, or as I suspect, probably kill the patient that he was dealing with. So these are the sorts of challenges that we face in UK universities. Lots of pressure on budgets and money. I gave some quite large figures for the amount of money research funding coming into UCL. It isn't nearly enough to do everything that we want to do. So like everybody else, we have to prioritise our development plans, and the library has to fit into the university strategy. Otherwise it won't get any funding from the university to do what it wants to do. And the other main challenge that we face is in technology, new ways of delivering services, open access, gold open access publishing, repository development. All these are things which my predecessor as a librarian, I've been librarian in UCL now for since 1997. My predecessor didn't have to deal with any of these things because they hadn't been invented. No one had invented open access in 1997. So he didn't have to worry about, he worried about other things, but he didn't have to worry about these things. But these are things that we find ourselves in the UK having to worry about all the time. So let me talk about some of the things that are shaping a modern university and a modern university library, which I hope UCL is going forward. And the first thing, the thing I spend most of my time doing, is trying to increase the number of learning spaces that are available for our students in the library. And I spent a very happy morning this morning looking at two of your libraries here on this campus, and I get the feeling for the type of services that you're wanting to offer to your students here. Let me tell you a little bit about the learning spaces that we are creating. This is UCL, this is the main building, this is the Founders Building, built in by William Wilkins, was the architect, same man who designed the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square, and in fact the portico and the dome in UCL look very similar to the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square. I think he probably used the same designs to design both buildings because they are very similar. We think our dome is better than the dome in the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square. And my office is in this complex of buildings just on the right hand side. So a very traditional university in terms of the buildings that we inhabit. So the challenge is how to create modern IT-enabled digital learning spaces in buildings like this. And this is what one project that we just finished. It's turning a traditional branch library, a site library in the medical school, into a digitally enabled learning space. We spent £8 million converting a building into a digitally enabled learning space, and it was a partnership between the library and students. So as I say here on the slide, we asked students what it is they wanted, what kind of learning space they would like to work in, and we had 1,000 responses from our students. It's one of the best response rates that UCL has ever had in terms of going out to the faculty and to students and asking, we're going to build you a building, or we're going to refurbish an existing building, what should it look like? And this is a picture of one of the spaces in the hub, and it's a library. You might not guess it because there aren't any books in this particular space. There's no paper in this space. There are books in the library. This is the building in which it's based. So you see at the top of the screen the Founders Building, the one I showed earlier on. That's the 1826 Founders Building, and this cruciform building, this red brick building here, is where the Cruciform Hub, the new learning space that I've just shown, is sited. This is a Grade 1 listed building, the red brick building built in 1905 by Waterhouse. So it's listed, and it means you can't. It's very difficult to change the fabric of the building because it's protected. But we have managed to put this modern learning hub in here, and you see here another view of some of the learning spaces. 400 digitally enabled learning spaces in the hub, and these are our students who are there using the facilities. You'll see some paper. There is some paper in the background. There are some shelves right at the back of the room. There aren't very many because the students said they didn't want a lot of paper, and we moved an awful lot of material off the open shelves into store. Lesser used journals, or journals for which we had electronic copy where we didn't need the paper on the shelf. And this space is open 24 hours a day. I suspect in Slovenia your libraries aren't open, or you don't feel you need to open your libraries 24 hours a day. The students said they wanted our libraries open 24 hours a day, so we pay staff to be on duty all night and all morning to open these libraries 24 hours. So at midnight in this space during term time, there would be 150 students working, whether they should be working at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's an interesting question. I think they should be. Some of my colleagues thought they should be wrapped up in bed and asleep. And I said that's a very paternalistic way of thinking of how students work. I think students who are paying fees can choose for themselves how they want to work and how they want to live. And they live their lives upside down compared to us. So they want to work. They want to work at 2 in the morning. They should be able to. So that was a battle that I had to win because it was quite a debate to get libraries open 24 hours. In London, it's quite a strong feature of library provision. It isn't just my library that's open 24 hours a day. Now we have to open at Christmas. So this year, in December, we'll be looking to open between Christmas and the New Year to provide learning spaces for those students who want to study or who come from non-Christian backgrounds and for whom Christmas is not a particularly important festival. We are an international university and many students say they want to work in a quiet space like a library in the closed period when term is actually finished. So these really are 24-hour spaces now, and we have several of them. It isn't just this building. There are 4 or 5 of the 18 libraries in UCL which are open 24 hours a day all the year round. And that's the shape, and that's what we think a modern library looks like, because it's responding to student demands and isn't dictated by what people like me at my age are saying students should do. It's what students are telling us they want from a responsive library service. And then we will be building more buildings. So the next building we're building, which building work has just started, is the new student centre here. So this is modelled on the Cruciform hub, the space I've just shown you. But this will be a much bigger building. This will offer 1,000 new learning spaces for our students. It will be open in 2019, about January 2019. And it will be one step further than the Cruciform hub, because there will be no books, absolutely no books in this building. 1,000 digitally enabled learning spaces with power to the desk. We don't actually have power to the desk, but these desks here, each of these learning spaces will have at least one power socket and at least 2 places to plug in their electronic devices, a mobile phone and a laptop, and somewhere for them to get power. And that's what they want a modern learning space to look like. They weren't particularly interested in paper. We still have traditional libraries, so we have traditional libraries full of paper. That traditional building I showed you at the start of the presentation, that will still be the main research library for arts and humanities and social sciences, but we'll build extra. So we won't change that, but we will build extra capacity to make it a modern digitally enabled learning facility. And this is a cross-section of the artist designs. This is what it will look like on various floors, and each of these floors will be learning spaces. So 3/4 of the building will be learning spaces, and the whole building will be run by the library. We're not calling it a library, we're calling it a student hub. It's called the new student centre, but it will be what you and I would think of as a library in a 21st century context. It's just that there won't be any paper in it. And these are various views from the architects of the mixture of study spaces that we'll be providing, and the quiet study spaces and group collaborative spaces, so noisy spaces. In one of your libraries I went into today, they told me they were building a glass wall between the issue desk and the reading spaces because it was too noisy, that the students didn't want to have the noise of the issue desk in the quiet study space. We've done this by zoning it on different floors, so different floors will be quiet and other floors will be noisy, and that's, so you do want noise. I want noise in the library. It isn't the quiet, but my libraries aren't quiet. They're full of noise because students want to work together and do whizzy things together with technology. That means working in groups. That means talking to each other, so we don't go around telling everybody to be quiet. The Cruciform Hub is very, very quiet, but that's self-policing by the students because that's a quiet space where they want to work individually using digital tools. But some of these spaces in the student centre will be group spaces, and you see on the pictures that these tables here, these circular tables, are meant for group study where people are working together. They can talk, they can plug in, they can devise, work on projects together in a group environment. So libraries aren't quiet study spaces anymore. They're quiet study and group study, collaborative, noisy, lively, open 24 hours a day. That's what we think a modern 21st century library should look like. And these are all artist pictures of what the building will look like. Let's move on to something else, something a bit more closer to home in terms of technology and how we're using open access and open data to change the way the library interfaces with our researchers. Do you remember in those early slides I talked about the very significant amounts of research income that are coming into UCL, about £400 million a year. So if you're a library and you have access to at least a tiny amount of that funding, what would you spend it on? Well, we'd spend it on two things. First is buying resources. So we have one of the best digital libraries in the UK in terms of the number of resources that we purchase. And these are purchased consortially through a national consortium to get the best possible deal, because this is the cheapest deal that we can have. And I'll be talking more about the mechanics of purchasing and consortia tomorrow in my presentation tomorrow. The second thing I do to get that money from the research budget into the library is to set up UCL Press. And I'll be saying more about this tomorrow, but it is an open access press. It's the UK's first fully open access university press. We do have two very old and well-established university presses, both of whom are present in the room today, Oxford University Press and Cambridge University Press. We are a new press, and because we're a new press, we can start with a new business model. And the business model that we have started with is to be a fully open access press from day one, publishing journals, monographs and textbooks. And we've just celebrated our first birthday. We were founded, we started publishing in early summer last year, and we published 13 monographs in the last 12 months. And I'll say a little bit more about that tomorrow. We do sell print copies as well as making all our texts freely available as digital outputs through the UCL Press platform. We plug into a print-on-demand service for printed text, so that if you as a reader want to buy a printed text as well as read it free online, you can do, and we have a third-party supplier who will supply print-on-demand copies of printed monographs with illustrations, if it's illustrated, for those who want to continue to read print as opposed to reading material digitally. The second thing we do, apart from publishing open access monographs and journals ourselves is to comply with research funder requirements for open access publishing in either fully open access journals published by other publishers, or in hybrid journals where you can buy open access publishing through a hybrid APC payment. I talked about the research councils, 7 research councils in the UK who pay research universities money to publish outputs as gold open access outputs. And my university is one of those universities that gets money from the research councils. We get about £1 million a year from Research Councils UK to make a number of research outputs open as gold open access outputs. And you see here on the screen the compliance figures for UCL's compliance with the Research Councils UK mandate. So we have a target for this year. The RCUK give us £1 million and say, in return for that £1 million, you need to make 924 papers available as open access outputs. We publish, UCL publishes about 12,000 research outputs a year. Not all of them are funded by RCUK, but where the project funding is from this set of research councils, they want gold OA outputs, and we pay. We manage. The library then has become a banker. It has the money, it manages that £1 million from the research councils, and we academics apply to us for funding from that pot of money to make their outputs available as gold OA outputs. So the target, which we have to reach by March 2016, is for 924 RCUK papers to be gold OA papers using this funding. Average APC of around £1,500 per article. By March, we'd already right. So yes. So the performance by the end of the performance that we expect to achieve by the end of March, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the years here. Sorry, this is this year, not a target for next year. This is an actual achieved target for this year. So the target for this year, April 15 to March 16, was 924 papers. That was the target that RCUK set. And by March, at the end of the reporting period, we had actually achieved 991 papers. So we were over target. We'd actually exceeded the target because so many researchers wanted to publish with us. In my last 5 minutes, let's look at a third area then, a new area for libraries, and that is not only managing publications as open access outputs or producing publications as open access publications through your own institutional OA press. It's about how you manage the underpinning building blocks to those publications, the research data on which those publications are founded. And we have a roadmap which will deliver a template for us on how a library gets involved in the research data management space. And this is the LERU roadmap for research data. LERU is the League of European Research Universities, 21 research universities in Europe. My university is a member of LERU, and I chaired the working group that produced the roadmap in 2013. One of the findings from the roadmap, and it's available as an open access output on the LERU website, I'd recommend it as a starting point if you're absolutely at the start of trying to get involved in research data management and in trying to identify what your library can do. If a library has a role in the research data space, what is it? What should libraries be doing? Well, the roadmap will tell you, because it makes recommendations for each of the stakeholder groups that we looked at, decision makers, research libraries, researchers, and research funders. And we have a list of recommendations for each of those groups on what you can do to take the open science, open data, research data management agenda forward. And one of the findings we found when we did the work on the roadmap was that hardly any university had a policy about how it would manage the research data outputs of its researchers. So we have 5,000 researchers in UCL all producing data of various kinds in biomedical sciences, physical sciences, arts and humanities, where if you're a researcher and you have this data, where do you store it? Do you make it available for sharing and reuse? Do you know about open data, and would you be willing to make your data open and available? Would you get recognition and reward or promotion for making your data open? Is open science such a big part of your university culture and outlook that you would actually get some reward for participating in open approaches to publishing or sharing your data? And do you have a policy where all these ideas and benefits are brought together? When we surveyed these 21 LERU universities, most of them did not have policies in 2013 when we started. They do have policies now, or they are starting to produce policies because they realised that if they wanted to participate in EU-funded programs, in Horizon 2020 funded programs, there are requirements both for publication and for the management of your research data, which would mean they wouldn't get funding if they didn't comply with the requirements. And the same is true of all universities who are participating, or are members of the union, who have access to Horizon 2020 funding. So you think about your university. Do you have a research data policy? Is there a national policy in Slovenia about research data management? Is there an open access mandate or a set of open access policies for Slovenia for publications? If not, this is absolutely fantastic space in which to collaborate, as LERU does with those 21 universities, to work together. So you don't all have to have a solution to the same set of questions, but working together, you can come up with a national or a regional solution. Learn is an EU-funded project which my university is leading, which is designed to help universities move along the road to managing their research data outputs. It will have a number of deliverables this time next year when the project finishes. A model research data management policy for those universities or research funders that don't have policies at the moment but who want to adopt one. And a toolkit of best practice where we will identify best practice in research data management across the whole range of academic subjects that a university has to teach and do research in, to show you how to manage metadata, what kind of platforms you should be using or are available for use, and trying to answer the most important question that a Vice-Chancellor asks is, well, what do you think? What do you think a Vice-Chancellor says when you present him or her a case about research data management? What's the most common question do you think that a Vice-Chancellor will ask you?
How much it will cost?
Yes, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely the question they ask. They want to know how much it costs, because they don't want you to ask them for a blank check, as we say in English, i.e. a check with no figures on it, where you just fill in the figures because you want as much money as you can get. And we don't know, as a community, how much research data management costs, but we have got some case studies, or we will be providing some case studies which illustrate what universities have spent on infrastructure and training their staff on advocacy to academic colleagues to get them to buy into the research data management, the open data space. So let me try and bring this to some sort of conclusion. What kind of conclusions have I identified for what I'm painting as a research library picture that will take research libraries and their students into the 21st century? Well, I think it looks something like this. So in UCL, we've tried to redefine what modern learning spaces look like. They don't have a lot of paper. They do have a lot of technology. They do have lots of facilities for students to work together quietly and in groups and noisily, if that's what they want. And certainly in the UK, they're probably open 24 hours a day, because students live their lives 24 hours a day, and you have to work with the student rather than tell the student, in my view, in a paternalistic way, what they can and can't do. I do think that open access is part of the new research library landscape. University presses are a new feature in that landscape, and that is absolutely a place where a research library should be if you want to set up a university publishing activity in your own university. Libraries know about publishing. They've been dealing with publishers for decades. We also know about researchers because we've been dealing with them for decades as well. So libraries are absolutely the right places to set up institutional university presses if that's what you want to do. And we do think the Learn project has taught us that research data management, particularly open data, I'm saying a little bit more about open data tomorrow, is a place which will revolutionize how research is undertaken, how you do research, and then what you do with the results. Because in an open data environment, you can share not only the publication, in the journal article, or the book, or the conference proceeding, you can also share the data on which those outputs, that article, that book, is actually based. And that's a real change for some subject areas in how they do research and how they share their results. And libraries, again, are the best people, in my view, in an institution where those roles come together and the library can work as an advocate to researchers, maintain the infrastructure and reskill their staff in order to meet their challenge. So that's my view, that is London's view of what a 21st century research library looks like. If you have been, thank you for listening. I'm very happy to hear any questions, particularly if you disagree with anything I've said. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for this impressive presentation. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We have maybe time for one or two very quick questions, and then after, Paul is absolutely available for
The tea breaks.
for coffee.
Yes,
maybe during
please.
coffee breaks.
Gentlemen. Oh, it's Luis. Yes. Hi, Luis.
Well, I completely agree that we need to, and we are doing to rebuilding and to redesign the library buildings. But in your opinion, which can be the library role after when you redesign a library and you put away all the books?
Yes.
The books are digital in the warehouse. After redesigning, which can be the role of the librarians in the building?
Okay, that's a good question, and let me relate that question back to something I saw this morning when I was looking at two branch libraries here in Ljubljana, because I heard that you have introduced RFID technology into the libraries, which is fantastic. We've just done that in all our 18 libraries in UCL, but we've done it in a slightly different way from the way I perceived you had done it here, because you were still talking to the colleagues who were very, very kindly showing us around the libraries, were saying, well, we need to redesign the issue desk. We need to put the issue desk somewhere else. The issue desk is one of the most important parts of the building. Well, actually, in UCL, it isn't one of the most important parts of the building, because we've done away with issue desks. If you have RFID technology and we have 24-hour opening, what we've done is introduce the concept of the self-service library. So the students actually issue and return books to themselves without having to go to an issue desk. And about 85% of all issues and returns, we do about 600,000 issues and returns a year, 85% of those are going through the self-service terminals without any staff intervention. So it's released a whole range of staff to do new things. So what have I done with those staff? We've reskilled them. They're now working in the research data space. They're working in the open access space. And I've created an open access team of 10 or 11 people based on the staffing numbers that I had, but don't need to staff a very traditional issue desk. Because if you have the technology, you don't need a 19th century issue desk to issue books. So many of these developments have been done not with extra staff coming into the structure, but reskilling and repurposing existing staff posts as they fall vacant, or staff who want to change the way they do things, to do something more exciting, to do something more professional than simply stamp a book. which is what you do if you stand at an issue desk all day. So the change is a completely pervasive change about the structure and about the roles of the staff in the new spaces that you're creating. That's been the philosophy behind the UCL model for the 21st century library. Please.
How many people are working on these 990 papers, open access?
Okay, I was going to tell you tomorrow, but I'll tell you today because you very sensibly asked the question. So we have a team that manages all the open access activity of around 10 people. About 4 or 5 of them are advocates who go out and liaise with academic members of staff in the 11 faculties and schools that we have in UCL, and they're full-time roles. If we had less than that, we wouldn't be doing the amount of liaison that I think would be required. And one of the very big drivers for open access in the UK is again, I'm going to talk a bit more about it tomorrow, the requirement for our research evaluation exercise. So we have a research evaluation exercise called the REF, Research Excellence Framework, which surveys all university research output every 7 years and awards massive amounts of funding based on the excellence, the quality of the research. The next research evaluation exercise is in 2021, and it's a requirement of the research funder that every unit of assessment, every paper or book that's submitted has to have an open access version. Otherwise it won't count, and the university will lose significant amounts of money. So universities are staffing open access teams with staff by pushing that research money, that 400 million pounds of research money I talked about. Some of that is coming into the library to fund the research evaluation requirement so that universities don't lose money by failing to comply with requirements. So you can use these, if your funders, your funding councils or your Department of Education have open access requirements, it isn't a problem, it's an opportunity to change the way you do things. So if you work with that and use it as an opportunity and don't see it as a threat, you can change the systems and structures that you may have inherited from your predecessors. Hello.
Can I ask you a very brief question about you told us that you received £1 million for to put items into open access.
Yes, from Research Councils UK.
Additional money, or was it a kind of subscription pot?
No, it's not a subscription pot. No, it's money that the Research Council gives to around 20 universities, the 20 most research-intensive universities in the UK, in order, because they believe in open access, so they want their research to be as widely known as possible. They think, and they're right, that the best way to do this is to make the research outputs open access. They think that the UK is one of the few European countries that thinks that gold open access is the way forward. That's debatable. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that, but the research funders think that gold is the route. Gold, hybrid gold costs money, so they pay the university to make sure that their outputs are gold OA outputs, and it's the library that manages that fund, and the researcher applies to us for an APC payment, and we will then pay the publisher to make those papers gold OA. That's how it works in principle.
So we didn't lower the money, the amount of money that was available for subscription?
No, because this is a separate pot of money. That Research Council money is new money, which was explicitly given to us to make gold OA outputs. It's on top of, in addition to, subscriptions.
Okay, we are a bit with a bit delay, so
Sorry.
no, it's any problem. Very welcome. But I have to say once again, Paul
thanks.
will be absolutely available for prolong this
Yes,
discussion after
today and
coffee
tomorrow.
break in the evening tomorrow. So,
Yep.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is coming from Liber. Today's event is proposed to be LIBER presentation of role of LIBER, presentation of LIBER activities in a map towards open science. So I'm very glad to present Ms. Friedel Grant. Fridelis joined LIBER after 15 years experience in journalism and communication. Now she manages LIBER communication channels and also collaborates in many projects in which LIBER is involved. So Friedel, it's your desk, we will wait. Okay, then I have a few seconds also to say that Friedel is not professional only in this field, but also she's also enthusiast on cycling. I have to say that she cycled around the world and also wrote a book about it. Great cheers for this as well.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of fun, and now I'm having fun in libraries. So,
so please.
So now I do need some technical help.
I will help you.
Just over to the right there.
Yes.
There we go. Little F5 here. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak here today. It's wonderful to be here in the beautiful city of Ljubljana. My name is Friedel Grant. I'm here on behalf of LIBER. We're Europe's biggest network of research libraries, and I work at LIBER as their communications officer, and I've been with them for about 3.5, 4 years now. What am I going to talk to you about today? Well, first I'm going to start with a little bit of an introduction to LIBER as an organization. Now, I know that there are some people here who are already part of the LIBER network, members from Slovenia, Slovakia, Serbia, and so on. Perhaps you already know us because you're part of the network or via other avenues such as our annual conference. But for those of us who don't know about LIBER, I'll tell you a bit about where we've come from, some of the issues that we're speaking out on, how we do our work, our strategy. So a general introduction. And then I'll move into 3 different ways in which I think that LIBER could help your library. So looking at identifying topics that matter to you as you go about your jobs in your libraries. How we can help your library to improve your strategy and skills in a world where we're having to deal with lots of different issues like open science and copyright, of course the issue of limited budgets and resources which affect most of us, how we can connect you internationally to a network of colleagues across Europe, and also about some of the advocacy work that we're doing for libraries. So really going to Brussels, speaking up on topics like copyright reform. If you've been following that, you'll know that the proposals were leaked and the Commission's just released some proposals for copyright reform today, in fact, so very topical. That's where we're going to go about over the next half hour or so. So let's get started. About LIBER, a crash course in LIBER. Who are we? Well, we are the Association of European Research Libraries. We were founded about 45 years ago in 1971, so that's quite good as far as sustainability goes, I think. Over the last few decades, we've grown steadily. We currently represent over 400 university, national, and research institute libraries from over 40 countries. The photo that you see here was taken at our annual conference earlier this year in Helsinki. And you're looking at over 500 people in this photograph. Many of them are library directors. Maybe you found yourself in the picture somewhere. But there are also staff members from all parts of the library, you know, data librarians, copyright librarians, people working with digital preservation. And I mentioned this to bring home the point that LIBER isn't just a network for the people at the highest levels of the library, but really for staff across the library. We're working together to represent the interests of European research libraries and researchers. If we put the LIBER libraries on a map, on a world map, it looks like this. As I said, we're the Association of European Libraries, so it won't come as a big surprise to you to find out that most of our libraries are based in Europe. But you see we also have members in North America. They come to our conferences and events. Equally, we go to theirs, so a lot of networking across the Atlantic. And we even have one library way over there in Papua New Guinea, the Matheson Library. If we look at it on a European scale, again, you'll see a fairly good spread of libraries throughout Europe. 5 particular countries stand out there: the UK, the Netherlands, which is where Liber has its offices, France, Germany, and Spain, but also 13 libraries in Turkey, quite a few here in Eastern Europe as well. And if you're curious who from this area is part of Liber, here you see some of the libraries from this region. This is not a comprehensive list, I'd like to say. We also have members in Hungary, in Romania, and other countries. But I thought as I talk, maybe you hear something that piques your interest. And maybe it's nice to go to someone from one of these libraries, perhaps you have colleagues there, and ask them what their experience of Liber is. So I'm putting a few people on the spot today, not just me. Who is doing the work of Liber? Well, this is, again, a photo from Helsinki. This is part of the Liber team. In this photo, you see the executive board, and you also see the Liber office team. So we have 13 people on our executive board. Dr. Paul Aris was the president. No longer. He's now been replaced by Kristiina Hormia-Putinan from Finland. We also have Ui Sangalada, who you'll hear from later. He's serving on the board. So 13 people on the board. They get to be on the board because they are appointed at our annual conference by the members. And they're library directors and senior library staff. They come together physically 4 times a year to set the strategy for Liber, and they're in contact constantly in between the physical meetings by email to discuss and give us the guidance in the Liber office in terms of what we should be working on. Also in this picture you see many members of the Liber office team. And we carry out much of the work that the board sets. In addition to the members of the board, we have a couple special advisors, of which Dr. Aris is one. And I think this is really impressive. We also have approximately 100 volunteers who are serving on the various steering committees, working groups, and fora that Liber has. I think that's impressive because it shows really the strength of the network and what a great network it is in terms of people coming together from all across Europe to do the work of libraries and helping each other to understand the collective challenges that we have and to find solutions to those issues. And together we have a common mission. What is the mission? Well, at Liber, our mission is to help our library support world-class research. What do we mean by world-class research? Well, speaking broadly here, we would like our libraries to go beyond their traditional roles. For centuries, libraries have supported researchers by collecting, by preserving, by making materials such as journals accessible. We're still doing all of that, but we also need to help researchers connect with each other. Libraries need to share knowledge, they need to act as guides. So helping researchers to understand how they can more effectively analyze big data using technology, encouraging researchers to store the results and data related to their research in a sustainable way. World class for research, if we sum it up in 5 points, as far as Liber is concerned, means research which is collaborative, research which can be performed regardless of borders between countries and disciplines, which increasingly makes use of data and analyzes it using computers, research which is open. And by open, I mean not only open access to publications, but I'm also talking here about open source, open licenses, open APIs, and so on. So that's a very quick overview of Liber. And now I'll move on to some ways that I hope that we can help you and your institution. What are some of those ways? Well, I'll start with the Liber strategy. The current strategy we have is a 5-year strategy, and we're in the last year. So around November next year, we'll have a new strategy which will come into place. But for today, I'll talk about the strategy that's running at the moment. Why would you care about the strategy? Because you probably have, strategies in your own institutions that you all also follow. Why does the Liber strategy mean something for you? Well, when I was preparing this talk, and I'm not a librarian, I'm becoming more familiar with libraries the longer I work for Liber, of course, but when I was thinking about this talk, I was trying to imagine what does the average librarian's brain look like at the moment. And I came up with something like this, and I was thinking your brains must be absolutely overloaded because there are so many topics that you have to keep track of, the research data management, things going on with copyright, with advocacy, digital collections, making materials available, restructuring the library for the new digital age. All of these things, and I think if you're trying to do this on your own in your library as a single person or even as part of a single team, it's very, very difficult to do it on your own. And why would you when you can harness the collective knowledge of librarians all across Europe who are also having to deal with similar issues? So that's where the Liber strategy comes in that we select topics for you, we highlight them, and we do some work on them, and we give you information that helps you in your library to do the best possible job. So for example, this is Paolo. He's from Vienna University Library, which is a part of Liber, and he's also working with us on the Learn project. And he says, you know, Liber offers a lot of services which create an orientation for institutions. So if you need some guidance, then you can come to us, and the materials that we're producing, the workshops and events that we run help give you that orientation. What is our strategy? Now, I'm not going to go into this in great detail because some of it will be covered later on in the session by Luis Angalada, but it has 3 key points. The first one is to enable open science. So we're talking there issues open science, of course, but also open access, research data management. The second part of it is to lead in changing scholarship. So issues to do with teaching librarians to be new leaders in their environment, to seize the opportunities that come along, also to develop their skills. And the third is to shape innovative research. So that's the work that we're doing in regards to advocacy, particularly in Brussels, on topics like text and data mining and copyright. This is how it kind of looks like in practice. So if you look up at the top, there's a big blue circle that says Executive Board. Well, they're the ones that are setting the strategy, deciding what we're going to focus on. In this case, they've selected the 3 priorities, which are color-coded here. And for each area, you'll see that there's a larger circle, which is a steering committee. They oversee that particular priority or area of the strategy. And then underneath it, we have a number of working groups. So we have working groups on metrics, on research and education, digital collections, copyright, open access, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how it kind of functions in principle. The logos that you see over to the right of the screen, those are some of the EU projects in which we are currently involved or have been involved. A couple have just closed. And I've put them here just to illustrate the points that the EU-funded projects that we participate in aren't chosen randomly. They're all aligned to different parts of the strategy. So Open Air is about providing funding for researchers who want to publish some of the results of their work as open access, so it's aligned with enabling open science. Foster is all about training for librarians, so that's developing those skills, new leadership in libraries. Future TDM is about advocating for more use of TDM, so it aligns with the advocacy part of the strategy. I'll look at the strategy in a little bit more detail, starting with the first goal, which is to enable open science. Why this goal? Well, Liber believes that open science is absolutely critical if we want research to be transparent, if we want to make sure that all aspects of scientific methods and results from any particular piece of research can be examined, understood, reused. We believe this will lead to a better quality of research, more citizen engagement, and also faster scientific discovery. And you can read, put a link in here, we have a full statement on open science. If you want to know more about our position here, you can always have a look. Some of the things we're doing in this area, well, a lot of it relates to, as you might expect, research data management. So we're drawing up case studies, fact sheets, running workshops, because we know that open science really only functions properly if the data which the researchers are producing is stored properly and can be accessed and reused by others. The second part of our strategy, leading and changing scholarship, well, this is really all about leadership. So the idea that as research libraries we're facing great change, but we also have a lot of opportunities that we can take advantage of. Technology and infrastructure is changing rapidly. A lot of us are facing financial security. And as libraries, we have to imagine how to deal with all of this and how it's going to evolve in the years to come. And so that's why Liber is really targeted part of the strategy at helping our members to improve their leadership skills, to develop a better understanding of the changing roles in libraries, the new jobs, and the skills which need to be considered. So some of the things we do here, we run 2 very well-known leadership seminars, I'll come on to those later, which give library directors and people who want to step into that role of director the chance to develop their leadership skills. We're also publishing lots of things related to descriptions of the new jobs that are required in the library, what sort of skills people need to do those jobs. So if you're advertising for a job in your library, you can use that as a kind of a checklist to make sure that you have all your bases covered. The third part of the strategy is shaping innovative research. And the idea here is that research libraries are in a very good position to advocate for the research community on very important topics. So open science, open access, copyright, text and data mining. But to do that, they need tools, they need evidence, so that you can show why a particular policy should be put in place. Maybe you need to sell a policy to your institution. Maybe you're meeting a politician, a national politician in your country. And we also need to be in Brussels and doing lots of work there to make sure that the members of the European Parliament who are making new rules are making rules which are good for libraries and good for the researchers which we serve. So the strategy, that's kind of the basic framework of the strategy. And it's not just a lot of talk, it actually produces some very concrete resources, which I'll quickly flag up to you. All of these can be found on the LIBRE website, and I can send some links around a little bit later if that's useful. But if you look at some of the resources that we have here, and this is just a small fraction of them, so the yellow, the big block of yellow at the top, well, that's an infographic on research data management that gives you some basic tips if you're thinking of putting a policy into place in your institution. Down here in the bottom left, you see someone tweeting about a new e-course that we've just released, Open Science for Librarians. So if you feel like you just need an introduction to open science, you can find the link on our website. It's free, and that gives you a really good all-round introduction to open science. Also lots of fact sheets on issues like text and data mining, federated access, open access and restricted data, et cetera, et cetera. One of the other things that's tied into our strategy, which might be interesting for you and your researchers, is the OpenAIRE FP7 Post-Grant Open Access Pilot. Quite a mouthful to say. So OpenAIRE is one of the projects that we're participating in, and at the moment there's a funding mechanism available, 4 million available to cover open access publishing fees. And this is for research that's coming out of FP7 projects, which have finished. It's running until April 2017. You see the website address there, and my colleague Pablo, he's been featured up there in the top corner. He's the one in the LIBRE office who's processing a lot of the requests that are coming in from researchers, and sometimes libraries submitting requests on behalf of their researchers. So far, we've approved nearly 600 requests for funding. So these are for journal articles, but also for conference proceedings, book chapters. Mainly journal articles, though, that are being published fully open access. You can get up to 2,000 in funding. And what I find interesting here is, so we've had about 600 requests, or just under 600. About 100 of those have come from Spain, and 4 have come from Slovenia. But in Slovenia, Pablo told me just before I came here, there are over 300 projects in which Slovenian researchers and their institutions have been involved in. So there's an awful lot of potential there. And I would encourage you to take a look at the website, be aware of it, and please promote it to your researchers and let them know that there is this funding to publish fully open access until April next year if they would like to take advantage of it. What else can LIBRE do for you aside from our strategy and flagging up some of the topics that you're dealing with on a daily basis? Well, I think one of really the great strengths of LIBRE is that it's really all about the network. It's about connecting you with an international network of colleagues. We've been doing this for years. We've been bringing libraries together with each other, but also libraries together with people in different areas which are relevant to what libraries do. So with the European Commission, with other research organizations, with cultural heritage groups like Ljubljana. And this spirit of working together to get a job done is something that our members really value and benefit from. So how do we do this? Well, we do it in a number of ways. One of the main ways in which we do it is via our steering committees, working groups, and fora. We have 3 steering committees, 7 working groups, and 2 special fora. And staff from LIBRE libraries are really welcome to join these groups. They focus on a range of topics, so metrics, copyright, open access, digital collections, scientific infrastructures, all kinds of topics. And if you're part of the LIBRE network, if your library is part of LIBRE, then you're really encouraged to join a group, to have a look at the website, see if there's something that relates to your work. How would you join? Well, you would just take a look at the website. As I said, find the group that appeals to you, and then drop an email to the group chair, who will then get back to you and talk to you about the work involved, and you can take the conversation forward from there. In general, I think most chairs are very receptive to new people in their groups and very happy to see if someone would like to volunteer and help out with the work of the group. They do look at a couple things like the size of the group, so we don't have working groups of 50 people because that would be a little bit difficult. So the size is a consideration. Also the geographic diversity, because we're trying to produce materials which are really representative of libraries right across the continent. We look for a nice diversity of backgrounds in the groups. But by and large, if you email the chair, then you'll hear back with a positive answer. What can you expect if you get involved in a working group? Well, as you see here at the top, it is a working group, so the clue is in the name. You're not allowed to just sit back. You are expected to work a little bit. They are producing documents. There are sometimes deadlines to meet. It's not that you have to put hours and hours in a day, but when there's something that is being worked on, then everyone in the group has to pitch in and help. But there are a lot of advantages. You can learn from others. You can share your knowledge with others and really work for a stronger voice in the library community. One of the things I thought that might be important to mention here is that a lot of people, when they find out that they can join a working group, they're interested. But then they look at the list of people on the group and maybe people from some very prominent, well-known libraries, and they think, oh, do I really fit in here? Is my experience really valuable because my library is relatively small or relatively unknown? Maybe my experience isn't really relevant, or I'm not the most prominent expert on a given topic. And what I would say to you is, please don't worry about that. Because what we're really interested in is hearing about your experience in your library, and you are an expert on what's going on in your library and what your researchers need and the challenges that you're facing. And you can share, the things that are working really well for you and the things that are not working so well for you, and work with the group to find some common solutions. So. This is someone who's part of one of our working groups, Micah. She's on the group for scientific information infrastructures, and as she said, she's working in research data management. Everyone's doing work in this field, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from each other, and LIBRE provides the channel through its working groups and committees to do this. Another way in which LIBRE collaborates with its various libraries is via EU-funded projects. This is a map of the LIBRE libraries who are active in EU projects, which LIBRE is also participating in. So there's 33 of them spread right across Europe. And the projects that we're currently working on 6. A few months ago it was more like 10 or 11, but as I said, a few have just recently come to an end. Budgets ranging all the way up to 10 million, from 5 partners relatively small to 50. And duration anywhere from 2 to 4 years. This is someone who we're working with on EU projects, and as she said, why would you want to participate in EU projects? Well, it means learning from good practices elsewhere, so you're getting more than just your regional or national view. You're really helping to build an international network, and you're having the chance to develop systems and services with other people and other organizations. In addition to all of that, I would add funding. That's an obvious one, right? So you get funding to hire staff in your libraries, perhaps, to produce resources like videos and posters, which you might be able to reuse in other contexts in your library, funding to go to conferences and present your work. So these are all very powerful motivations to join into EU projects. I would say most people don't really have to be convinced about the value of participating in EU projects. They all want to do it, but the big question is, how do we do it? I have some kind of basic pointers here. We don't have a ton of time, so I'm not going to go through all of them, or not in great detail anyway, but the starting point is really the EU Participants Portal. This is where the calls are published, but also where the Commission gives a lot of general information about participating in projects. So if you are interested in it, but you really don't know anything about it, this is a really good place to start. Even if you don't register, you'll find that there's a lot of information on that website. All the funding coming out at the moment is via the Horizon 2020 program. I think it's about 80 million in funding available. So you can have a look there, see what's going on, see which calls are currently out. Once you've done that, of course, if you want to participate in a project, you've identified an area that's interesting, a call that's interesting, you have to find your partners. So you ask around your networks, you ask LIBRE, I'll tell you more about that in a moment. And you can then participate in writing a project proposal. This makes it look so easy, 3 easy steps, but actually there's an awful lot of work that goes into it. A lot of people come to Libre and say, can you get me into an EU project? One of my colleagues is Melanie Imming. She's our EU projects manager, and she always says, I'm not the projects fairy. I can't wave my magic wand and just magically get you into an EU project. There is a lot of work that goes into that process. But what we can do is offer you some general guidance. So if you think that you're interested in EU projects, if there's a particular area or skill that you think you can contribute something in, please tell us. Get in touch with myself or get in touch with Melanie. You'll find her address on the website, and let her know, because Melanie especially really knows the network very well, and she can kind of act as a sounding board and maybe give you pointers in terms of where to go. The other thing that you can do is you can use the Libre network to connect. If you remember the map that I showed you a few slides ago, we have a lot of members in Europe who are participating in EU projects. And that map was only the libraries who are in projects which we're also in. There are also a lot of libraries working on projects which Libre isn't involved in. So come to the events, come to the conferences, come to the workshops, start talking to people, let them know that you're interested in this area, and that's one of the ways in which you can open up a lot of doors. What are the events specifically that we run that we're best known for? Well, the annual conference has to be up there, right up at the top. It's Europe's biggest gathering of research library professionals every year. We hold it all across Europe. The location changes every year. So last year, or this year rather, it was in Helsinki. Next year we're going to Greece, the year after to France. So we're really doing the tour of Europe. It's primarily a 3-day conference with a few pre-conference workshops on the side. And last year we had over 500 delegates from around the world, so quite a big event. What are we talking about at the annual conference? Well, a huge range of topics. So this year a lot of discussion about Sci-Hub, open access. You see here the poster from Delphi, which won best poster of the conference. It has more than 60 million pages from historic newspapers available via their online portal. Metadata standards. I would say no matter which area of the library you're involved in, there's something at the conference for you. In addition to coming to the conference, I would really encourage you to submit a proposal to present a paper or a poster at the conference. We always release the call for papers to the topics that we're interested in November on the Libre website and also via various mailing lists. If you're doing innovative, interesting work in your library, come tell us about it. Wonderful venue to get your library out there and promote it on an international stage. What you might also find interesting is that we have a conference fund every year for a number of delegates to come free to the conference, plus get 500 euros toward their travel expenses. And this is for delegates from countries which we know are having particular difficulties with budgets. So you see the countries there. If you're a Libre member library and you're in one of these countries, then do bear that in mind. Very simple, small application form you fill in, and we give priority to anyone who has an accepted paper or poster. So that's another reason to put in a paper in the call for papers. We also have leadership seminars. I mentioned them earlier. There are 2 of them. The Emerging Leaders program is targeted at people who are already at a relatively senior spot in the library and want to step into the role of director. It's a 2-year program, so they run 2 very intense workshops just before the annual conference. And then in between there are mentorships and internships. And about 50 people have gone through this program before, already and have said it's been very helpful for them. The other one is the Journée program, so that's for people who are already library directors. It's held in Paris over the course of 2 days. And for both of these programs, there are new sessions launching in 2017. So if you're interested, come see me in the coffee break and I can tell you a little bit more about it. And put you in touch with the people running it. And there's also some information on the Libre website. This is one of the people who completed the Emerging Leaders program, and she just talks about how valuable it was in building her network, having that mentorship experience in a library, which was different from the region where she's from. Other things we do, I could go on for quite a while, but we all want to get to the coffee break eventually. So. Architecture seminar, so if in your library you're thinking about redesigning your library space or possibly even building a whole new library, this one might be interesting for you. It's held every 2 years and it really focuses on that design process. Next year we also have a digital curation workshop coming up in the spring, and you see some of the topics here that they typically look at in that workshop. Why would you attend an event? Well, I think it's fairly obvious, but just to improve your knowledge, to really build that network. And if you're part of Libre, then you get a discounted rate, so on the conference it's half price. The last thing that I'll quickly look at is some of the advocacy work that we're doing in Brussels. We put an awful lot of effort into our advocacy work. Why do we do this? Well, of course, there are policy discussions happening right now at a European level that will very much affect how libraries deliver services in the future and what they're able to offer to their communities. And we can't just assume that others are going to take the right decision for us. So LIBRE really thinks it's important to be in Brussels, making sure that MEPs hear what we have to say and speak out on these issues. In order to do that, we have a strategy. So this is a simplified version of our advocacy strategy. So we have open science, which is the umbrella under which everything falls. And there are 4 key points which we drive home through all of our lobbying. So that's the need for open access, the importance of copyright reform so that we can effectively use techniques like text and data mining, the importance of proper research data management, and the infrastructure to support all of this. How do we do this? Well, here you see our executive director, Susan Riley. She's at a working lunch with MEPs. So we do a lot of these one-on-one meetings with Commission officials. Over the course of last year and this year to date, I think we've held about 25 meetings with EC officials, specifically talking about copyright reform and the need for more text and data mining. This is our current president, Christina Hormia-Putanen. She sits on the European Commission's Open Science Policy platform, which was formed relatively recently. It's advising the Commission on how to develop and implement open science policy, and she's representing LIBRE and research libraries on that platform. We do lots of work like this. So recently the Netherlands held the EU presidency, and they had a big open science conference in Amsterdam. And LIBRE was there. We ran 4 open science cafes, and we developed a game for people to play based around concepts and topics important for open science. So here you see a few people playing the game and discussing, and the person in the corner taking notes is an MEP. So really lobbying at a very high level. And finally, the last thing I'll highlight before I wrap up is the Hague Declaration. This was something that started in 2014 when LIBRE brought a team of academics, librarians, and lawyers together in the LIBRE offices in The Hague to draft the declaration. And the goal was to create a document which set out the changes that we feel need to take place in order to give everyone fair and equal access to data, facts, data, and ideas in the digital age. What does it say? Well, you have the very short version here. It says that if we have legal access to information, we should be able to use modern techniques like text and data mining to analyze digital content. In other words, if you have the right to read it, you should be able to mine it. The declaration says quite a lot more than that as well about access to technology and information, but this is the core of it. It has 800 signatures, so far over 800 signatures, and I would encourage everyone in this room to sign it. If you're the director, then you can sign on behalf of your research library, but you can also sign as an individual if you believe in the principles of the declaration. So do go to the website, take a look, and sign it if you agree with us. Copyright law is literally being debated today, and will be in the coming months, and we still need to make some progress to get the best deal for libraries. So every signature here helps. And the other thing that you can do, of course, is to really promote TDM in policy and practice at your institution. So providing training, content mining literacy, legal advice to researchers. I think I'm more or less on time. So just to recap, that's who we are. We can help in a number of ways. I've shamelessly put in how much it costs to join LIBRE here. I think for just under 500 euros a year, it's a pretty good bargain. Less for many libraries who are based in Eastern Europe. And if you have any questions, well, I don't know if we have time now, but in any case, do come and find me, send me an email. I'll answer where I can, and where I'm not an expert, I'll pass you on to the people who know all about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Frida. I can say that, this conference will talk also about the return on investments, and I can say, be sure that investments to the LIBRE membership will bring you huge income, so it's really nice to have contacts and be a member of this organization. We have questions. We have time for a few, maybe 1 or 2 quick questions, and the same. I repeat, Friedel is absolutely available after on a coffee break, in the evening, tomorrow. But if there are any questions. No, okay. I have 2 questions, maybe.
Uh-oh, I thought I was off the hook.
First question is, those FP7 post-grant projects was really powerful, and I'll do. There are only 4 articles from Slovenia right now
That have been funded.
I think I've got many information from also from abroad researchers that this is something that it should be repeated also in Horizon 2020.
Yeah.
Do you plan something similar for Horizon as well, or?
I think we have to finish this project first and then see where we go from here. So it's a ways down the line. But I mean, we're always looking at projects which can improve access to open access and make it easier for researchers. So, but in terms of particular projects that we may be applying for, that I can't really say at the moment. What I do have, if someone is interested, is I do have a list of the FP7 projects from Slovenia in my email, and I can pull it out during the coffee break if you want to see it, or I can send it to you as well so that you have it and you can circulate it, and then you're really aware of where the opportunities are to get funding up until April next year.
This would be great and very appreciated. And another question is about VAT policy. As you mentioned, you do some talks, face-to-face talks, and also some meetings with commissioners and with officers from Brussels. And now there are some initiatives to changing law at these questions. So VAT for electronic resources are absolutely different, and we have many troubles with that. So do you have some information that Libor will take some acts in this field as well?
That's not one that I'm familiar with myself. I know that we're working on it at the moment because the copyright proposals have just come out. We're working on a statement today in response to the copyright proposals of the Commission. The VAT I'm not familiar with, but if you give me some details, I can certainly bring it up and talk to some people in the office and come back to you.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, if there is any question. Oh, yeah, it's
Well,
Alinka, yes.
thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. I was especially, I had more attention when you started speaking about the project networking and all these things. It seems very interesting to cooperate with such a huge number of libraries. I was wondering, because we know that today the competence between projects is very high. And do you have any analysis of success rate of the proposed projects to the European Commission, to the framework program? How many projects were rejected? How many projects were accepted? Because it's very hard to come near, because we started and we are very interested in such kind of cooperation.
Yeah, I don't have any statistics for you. I could ask back in the office to see if such statistics are available, although I haven't personally come across them. Doesn't mean that they don't exist somewhere. I do know that you're right, it is very challenging to get involved in projects. I'm not going to kid you. It's, I said earlier about the magic wand. If it was so easy, we would all be involved and working in them. So you do have to work on them. But I think that, if you're part of Libra, you do have that network, and you give yourself a better chance because it's not just you. You're picking out, what you're strong at in your library, and you're combining it with the core strengths of other libraries, and so that gives you a fairly good chance. And there are a lot of calls at the moment related to enabling open science, building infrastructures, areas that we as libraries can really work in. So I think I wouldn't want you to get discouraged by it, but you do have to be realistic. On the other hand, just the practice of writing the proposal can be a valuable experience as well in itself. No, we do not coordinate projects. That's a decision of the board. So we are a partner in the projects, and we have to go through the same processes as everyone else, finding a consortium and writing the proposals and then submitting them and crossing our fingers. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and absolutely questions we're following also in a coffee break.
Perfect.
Probably.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
you.
Okay, now we will have one presentation of publisher. It's coming from Oxford University Press. Yeah, Mrs. Jana Shaw will present some new features in a field of open access in Oxford University Press services. We are aware of those services, and we had also a presentation last year, and we will see what happened during the year and try to compare. Just a moment to. Okay, so Ms. Jana Shaw, please, it's your turn.
Very much. So, dobry dan. Dobry dan. Poštovni gospe I gospode, dobrodošli na predstavitev online revij I najnovejších trendov pri spletných revijách, uključno s prostim pristupom. Upam, da vam bo predstavitev koristila. Don't worry, I'm not going to carry on because Miro has saved me earlier on. I don't have to do this in my broken Slovene language. I'm here to bring you Oxford University Press closer to your libraries. I'm here to show you that the belief of OUP being a very conservative publisher is far gone, and we are becoming extremely dynamic, flexible, and we have great adaptability to the market and to your needs. So my name is Jana. I have been working on the Slovene market for last 14 years, for Oxford University Press for 10 years. But so far I have been only working with the print and e-books products. And as of last week, I have taken over journals and online collections. So please do excuse my very limited knowledge about this, but I promise I will learn with the time. So let me give you, let me give you the collection story. So Oxford University Press have published on behalf of some very prestigious societies for over a century, but we definitely see a big shift in our publishing landscape. We see that lots of learned societies are shifting over from commercial publishers, and they are looking actually for us. They are coming to us to speak to us, and they want to publish with us. So therefore our collection is definitely growing, and with this we constantly review our shape of journals and how we proceed with the journals. In 2017 we will see a great collection, new journal joiners joining OUP. I will be just very briefly speaking about those later in my presentation. Some of the titles include journals from Linnean Society, or from the Chatham House of the International Affairs. So in OUP, we believe that we publish the highest quality journals. We deliver the research to the widest possible audience. At the same time, we work closely with our society partners, authors, and subscribers. And this is our mission, and I believe it is mission possible. And I'm not Tom Cruise. So what role do we play? As a university press, we have no shareholders to satisfy, which I think is really a nice thing about OUP, that we really care about who we work with and what we publish. This means that we can devote entirely to our society partners and work solely on your behalf, returning any profit to the academic community through journals, investment, or through the society payments. Over 70% of OUP's collection journals are published on behalf of societies and academic bodies. We have very, very strong relationship with the academic societies, European societies, societies in China, Japan, and also, obviously, in the UK. And what are the values or criteria when we look at what journal we are going to be publishing? So A, it is definitely the quality as it has on the market. Then it is what service to the academic community it can actually bring. How can we develop the journal? Then how can we broadcast the journal as wide as possible worldwide? How can we innovate it, and how fairly we can play on the market with transparent pricing? 25% of OUP's journals rank in the top 10 in the subject area over 5 years. And let's just quickly look at the pricing. I don't want to spend too much time because, to be honest with you, I do not understand a single thing about pricing so far. So I will read it out if you don't mind. We offer collection discounts for titles new to institutions. Subscription fees are reduced according to the number of article processing charges at the journal level for hybrid open access titles. Our pricing is fair and transparent, ensuring you can effectively budget and manage your journal collections. And we are going to continue to improve the quality of the collection and selectively add the new titles to fit in well. Currently, we have 324 titles in the collections, with 19 new joiners coming in 2017. And this is just what I've mentioned already, how commercial publishers are moving away from the commerce into university presses. We constantly winning in our bids for commercial journals. Only in past 2 years we have, as you can see, have won 23 journals from commercial publishers. We launched 16, we self-published 15, and University Press published 3 of those. So it's a nice number just to see how much we have moved from, let's say, 2009, 2004. So just quickly to whiz through the new journals. So from the Life Sciences, which is actually the oldest active biological society, Linnean Society, we are taking over biological journal, botanical one, and zoological one. I just wanted to point out that we've had some successful offers from Slovenia. In the biological journal, it was from Herpetološko društvo societies in Ljubljana. It was Tomáš Jagar, Rok Gržel, Vesna Cafuta, and Erika Ostanek. And in zoological journal, it was Mr. or Mrs. Cene Fischer from Biotechnical Faculty of Ljubljana that have published article with us in this. Moving on to medicine, Endocrine Society is celebrating 100 years of its existence, and we are taking over 3 of their journals. It is endocrinology, then the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism, and Endocrine Reviews. Biology of Reproduction is the next one, is one of the most highly cited reproductive biology journals. Diseases of esophagus, and 2 from the European Society of Cardiology, the cardiovascular pharmacotherapy, and the quality of care and clinical outcomes. staying in the medical collection from the Congress of Neurological Surgeons, which is, as you know, the leading society for the education and innovation in neurosurgery. We have now neurosurgery and the operative neurosurgery journal. And then just closing on this, we have physical therapy and sleep. From the social sciences, we are happy to be taken over from the Chatham House, which is one of the world's leading organizations for the analysis of international affairs. We have the Journal of the International Affairs, and from the European Economics Association is their key journal. And last but not least, on the legal law issues, we have the American Journal of Legal History, which was founded in 1957, and it was the first English language periodical in the field. And then we have the American Journal of Comparative Law. So these were our new journals joining us in 2017. And as we have so many plans and we are so ambitious at my work, we realized that our existing platform is just not going to serve our needs. So as of December 2016, every journal will be moving onto a new platform, which will be powered by Silverchair. And later on, we hope to also add on all the online collections to this one space, where hopefully all the content, community, and the services will be together. This hopefully is going to bring efficient search and discoverability, consistent research experience via responsive design meeting global accessibility standards. So overall, it's going to be much, much better than it is at the moment. But not forgetting OUP and open access, and this is one of the key points why I'm here as well to speak to today. Oxford University Press has been one of the first and earliest to accept open access. And as a mission-driven, we embrace both green and gold open access publishing to support the widest possible dissemination of high-quality research. Sustainable, high-quality open access publishing, however, requires either funding to be available to pay for article processing charges, sponsorship, or suitable embargo periods. This limits which journals, disciplines, and fields can shift into an open access and process that requires the support of you, of relevant research communities, scholarly societies, academics, associations. In the foreseeable future, we are going to continue with a mixed business model. It means we are going to be, of course, supporting the gold open access, where we see it would be the best position for the journal. But we also see that many journals will just stay on the subscription model with provision for a green open access. So at the moment, we have 36 fully open access journals and 297 hybrid open access journals. First one we launched in 2004. In 2015, we have published 6,362 open access articles. All our content is deposited on PubMed Central. And what's unique is that we have self-archiving policy for authors to enable green open access. And this is just an illustration to see from where it actually has grown since we have started with the open access articles in 2004. So why would an author want to publish an open access article? It could be for various reasons, that perhaps they comply with the funder policy, which requires open access publication via Wellcome Trust, or perhaps they allow for wider dissemination of a content, or they are eager to grow the impact factor for themselves, or they basically just support the concept of open access articles. All this we are aware of, and of course we support. Here are all the covers of the fully open access journals. I have a brochure as well at my table, so please come and grab one. And here we of course seen all the positive figures of growing open access, but this is, I don't want to be or play devil's advocate here, but this is rather interesting picture. It's from a survey from last year that was taken from the authors, where it's quite significantly obvious that it's not number one criteria for the author to, when they are deciding who they're going to publish with, the option to publish via open access. There are so many different important issues to them that come at first. This is either at STM, so science, technology and medical side, and also health, social sciences area. The results were exactly the same. So in summary, the open access landscape continues to evolve. We have seen lately increasing burden of compliance, our legal departments becoming busier and busier with all the issues that come from researchers, librarians and administrators. However, we will continue to monitor and develop and adjust and try to meet all the needs and kind of find the middle way so we can support open access and stay in open access as long as possible. Of course, I asked my predecessor about do we somehow care about Brexit? Can Brexit bring something? May it bring any change? Nobody knows. So that could be another issue maybe we will be discussing in next years. So, hvala za pozornost. If you have any questions, please do come and see me. I have a stand and I'll be here for the duration of the whole conference. And nasvidenje v vašich bibliotekách. Čas je za kávu.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to say that you will be available now at the stand. So if there are any questions, please, it is a coffee break and very welcome outside. Thank you very much.
Yes?
Yeah. Really very dynamic agenda for today, but however we have a little delay, so please I would say the next presentation is a presentation about Cambridge University Press journals. We are very glad that yes, I'm sorry. We are very glad that Miss Eve is with us. We got some presentation a few years ago about the Cambridge University Press journals, but I'm not sure that we have some subscriptions here in Slovenia, or even.
We have a lot of individual subscriptions, but no consortia as such. Yeah.
So this is a great point, maybe to see what you offer. Is, and please go with the presentation.
Thank you. Hold on, this presentation is gone. Oh,
gone. Oh, yeah.
Which one is it?
I think that it is
this one.
This one, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But if you just click here.
There we are. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Madeleine Eve and I'm the Academic Sales Manager for Central and Eastern Europe from Cambridge University Press. And I really just want to show you why I think the Cambridge Journals collection is a very valuable collection for any library here in Slovenia. So I'm sure all of you have heard of Cambridge University. It's over 800 years old, a world-leading institution, continuously ranked amongst the top 5 universities in the world. And we are one of the oldest publishers in the world. We're now more than 430 years old, and we are a division of the University of Cambridge still. So what does Cambridge publish? Well, we publish a very wide range of things actually. We publish things from Bibles to education for schools, English language teaching, but what I want to show you a bit more of today is our academic content, where we have almost 400 academic journals now and over 30,000 e-books currently available on Cambridge Core. We're still a very large print publisher, publishing approximately 1,500 new titles every year. And what I want to stress to you about the Cambridge collection really is just the high quality content that we offer. We probably have one of the most rigorous peer review processes of all publishers. And we actually have a lot of additional steps in our process as well, so that we really ensure the quality of our content for your researchers. And this here is a picture of the press syndicate, and this syndicate is made up of senior academics from the University of Cambridge, and they have the final decision about every single book and every single journal that we decide to publish at the press. Because, as I said, we are a department of the university and we must uphold their values of quality. So, I'd just like to show you some of the subjects and strengths of the journals. As I said, and as many of you know, we are, of course, a multidisciplinary publisher, and we really publish in most of the major subject areas. You can see the wide spread of subjects here across the sciences, technology and medicine, and also the humanities and social sciences. And I don't have time to go into each of those subjects, but what I'll try and do now is show you some of the highlights of those subjects that we publish in. First of all, what I will tell you is Cambridge University Press, we're all very well known as a humanities and social sciences publisher because we are very good social sciences and humanities publisher, one of the leading. But what people don't often know is that we also publish a lot of very high quality science, technology and medicine content as well. And what this shows is 57% of our titles are in the humanities and social sciences, but actually in terms of content and number of volumes, 55% of the content available on our platform is within the sciences, technology and medicine. We also do not just publish our own journals, the journals that belong to Cambridge University Press. 60% of our journals collection is published on behalf of learned societies and international organisations. And how do we perform in the Thomson Reuters Journal Citation Report? So this is the SCI index. And you can see here 2 journals we have ranked number 1 in their categories, further 14 journals ranked in the top 10 of their categories, and 71% of our journals do have an impact factor. And if we look at the social science index, we can see again top ranked journals and generally journals ranked highly within their subject areas. So, why will Cambridge journals provide high quality reading for Slovenian researchers? Well, because we have a world-renowned list of titles, and I wanted to show you some of the highlights now. As I said, we are a leading publisher in the humanities and social sciences. These subjects in particular we're very strong in, and politics and international relations, we are the number 1 political science publisher. These are a few of the key journals, and in 2017 we will also publish political analysis, which will mean that Cambridge University Press will actually be publishing 6 of the top 10 journals in the field of political science, so we really are the leader in this subject. We publish 29 law journals on behalf of societies as the American Society of International Law, but also international organisations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross and also the World Trade Organization. We've had a relationship with them now since 1999, and we publish all of their journals and also all of their book series as well. Economics is another high-profile list from Cambridge. We have one of the top 4 book lists in the world, and we really cover a wide area in this field, so econometrics, game theory, economic history, political economy, and we have 12 journals in this field. We've also published a lot of Nobel Prize laureates in economics, including the former World Bank chief's economist. We published his book as well. And you can see here really how strong the economics list is, how many Nobel Prize winners that we have published at Cambridge. Business journals, this is actually a relatively new area for us. We actually only started to publish business journals in 2011, but we see it's an emerging field, an interesting field, and we now have 6 high quality journals in this subject area. Linguistics, so we started the list in the 1970s, and again now we are a world leader in this subject area, and no other publishers' lists really match our range of titles in this subject. So you can see we cover a lot of the core areas such as social linguistics, history of English language, semantics, English language teacher training, so the major fields here. And we have 21 journals in this subject area, 5 of which are in the top 20 citation reports for linguistics. And we work with the following key societies in this field. So if I move now to science, technology and medicine, we have now a very competitive and very quickly growing list of journals in this subject area. And I would say the strengths that we publish in here would be life sciences, earth and environmental sciences, mathematics, engineering and psychiatry. Mathematics, we have a very good list and a long list of mathematical science journals, including computer science as well. And engineering, for the past 5 years now, we've published on behalf of the Materials Research Society all of their journals, and they are the leading American society in this field. And in life sciences, one of our key society here would be the Nutrition Society, which is again the largest society in Europe. Their membership is worldwide, and these journals have huge amounts of downloads. They're very widely read. Agriculture is another major area for us in life sciences. And finally, medicine, psychiatry. We publish across the spectrum in medicine, in anesthesiology and other areas, but psychiatry really is a very strong area for us at Cambridge. The second journal that you see here, Behavioural and Brain Sciences, this journal has an impact factor of 20.771, and it sits at number 1 in its subject in the Science Citation Index, and actually in the Social Science Citation Index it sits number 1 of the entire index. It's a very, very good journal. So that was a very quick overview really of some of the key subjects that we publish in, just to give you an idea. But what I would like to show you now as well is Cambridge Core. And Cambridge Core is the new academic platform for Cambridge University Press. It actually just launched last week. So it's very new, it's quite exciting for us. This here is the landing page, which is deliberately very simple search area for researchers. And what's interesting here underneath is that under the search bar you can see researchers can also just search only the content that they have access to, so they don't waste time looking at content that they cannot then view in full. So what is Cambridge Core? Well, as I said, it's the new academic platform for Cambridge University Press, but why we're so happy with it is it actually brings together all of the academic content in one place. So this hosts all of our journals, all of our ebooks and our databases. And it was really built with our researchers in mind. So you can see here over 6,000 survey participants were researchers, and that's because we really wanted to have a new state-of-the-art platform that really keeps researchers at the heart of what we're doing. And everything is now in one place, and we're one of the few publishers to do this, to bring all of our journals, our ebooks and our databases onto one platform. And when we were developing Core, something that was apparent and obvious from the research that we did was that researchers, they really don't care if they're reading a journal, if they're reading an ebook, or if they're looking at a database. They just want the content. They don't want to be redirected to different platforms and have to know whether what they're reading is a journal article or a book chapter. They just want the content. We have extensive functionality as we had previously, but some of the new functionality is the RefMe widget. RefMe stands for Referencing Made Easy. We're the first publisher to use this widget, and it contains over 7,500 citation styles so that researchers can easily find the citation style for their institution and export it nicely. The other thing that was essential for us is this, if you see the box under the laptop image, you can see Get Access, a green tick for access, and then the Open Access bar. So we want to make it apparent straight away to researchers. Do you have access? Do you not have access? So they don't waste time clicking, because research shows if researchers spend too much time clicking and being denied, they will just move away from the platform. They're not interested. So here, straight away, they can see a green tick, they've got access, or they can access via Open Access. And if it's not available, they need to click Get Access, which will then show them the options, or maybe they would like to recommend it to their librarian. The other nice piece of functionality is Cambridge Core Reader. And when we look at usage, we can see that researchers generally, they download the PDFs rather than HTML, which is where all the functionality is. So this is, it looks like a PDF, but it's with enhanced HTML functionality, and it resizes, it's fully responsive, so it resizes to whichever browser or screen the researcher is using. Now I've shown you the content and the platform, but that's not enough. And as Michael Faraday said, Michael Faraday is a famous English scientist, for anyone that doesn't know. There are 3 necessary steps in useful research. The first is to begin it, so they need to have good content to start it. The second is to end it, and the third is to publish it. So these are the steps. And at Cambridge, we can ensure the library that we're giving you high quality content, and we will also have high quality journals for your researchers to then publish in. And Slovenian researchers are actually already publishing with Cambridge. We currently have 482 journal articles on our platform from Slovenian researchers, with an average acceptance rate of 40%, so which is very good, a very respectable acceptance rate. But we would like to see more. The top subjects that Slovenian researchers are publishing in with Cambridge are the following. So number 1, physics, mathematics, then materials research, biomedical sciences, molecular biology and medicine. So it's very hard science focused. But as I said, we would really like to increase those numbers. In Slovenia, a lot of the libraries here, you have a number of subscriptions to the Cambridge journals. But we would really like you to start taking advantage of the discounted collections that we offer. And we offer the following discounted collections to libraries. So obviously the full collection of journals, all broken down into the following subject areas. When you purchase a collection from Cambridge, the year that you subscribe to, you keep everything perpetually. So you have the perpetual access rights to everything that we published in your subscription year. And the other key thing to point out is that when you buy directly from a publisher such as Cambridge, there is no embargo period. And this is essential for researchers. If they want to publish in international journals that are ranked well, they need to have access to current content, to the most current content, and be familiar with that journal. And my last slide here is a training session that we did last year in Hungary. And we have these resources available. So when you subscribe to Cambridge Collections, we have trainers that can provide you with database training. So how can your researchers use the platform? The other very popular presentations that we run are how to publish seminars. And these are services that we do provide to our collection subscribers. So if people are interested, please let me know. I have a stand outside. Come and have a look at the materials. Ask questions if you don't want to ask questions right now. And that's it from me.
Any questions?
Everyone's too shy. Please come outside and speak to me if you want to ask any questions later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Luis Anglada. He's coming from Barcelona, from Catalonia, and I can say that whoops, moment. Oh, this is the correct presentation. So, Luis is coming from, we'll talk about LIBER strategy and activities to support the transition to the open science. He will do that as a representative of LIBER. Luis is a member of LIBER Executive Board and also member of some other professional institutions, for example, organizing committee of the European meetings, ICOLC, or OCLC Global Council. His professional position is he's the director of the CBUC, the Catalan Academic Library Commission, which is the unit of Catalan Consortium for the Academic Services. But formerly he was director of University Library of Technical University in Barcelona. So man with many experience, and please enjoy the presentation.
Thank you very much. Before we start, I have two news.
The good one is that my native tongue is not English, so I will speak English very bad. This used to be good, not for the native speakers, but for the others. The bad news is tomorrow I have another presentation, so I'll be passing.
We get used to it.
In English.
In English, yes. I can assure you that in Catalan I am more fluent. Okay, my intent. Where is the button? Okay, thank you. Here, there are Paul, Iris, Friedel, and other people that probably know a lot, much more than me, about Liber and open access. And so sorry, and they will help me at the end of the session, in the questions if it's necessary. My intention at the end is, I am here because I am one of the co-leaders of this open access working group from Liber that just started, and sorry, and Sophie that also is here. Okay, but we just started that, but in order to talk about that, I would like to give some explanations or to draw the landscape where, in my opinion, librarians are moving in this moment. And in this landscape, last Paul said some minutes ago, clearly open access is occupying a big portion of the space. Me, I prepared this in August. I was on holiday, so I've been very optimistic. So it's a very long presentation, but probably the presentation we will put in the, I don't know here, but in the slide share in Liber. So some very boring or things that you can read. I think that it's good that they are, that can remain in the presentation, but probably I will not insist in that. First of all, this is the old science. Librarians, we have been more or less here always in the 19th century, before, in the 20th century, doing what? Helping people. We are helpers. We are not scientists. We sometimes in the 60s, in the 70s, we had the temptation to be also scientifics of information. Some of us can do that, but the majority of us, we are helpers. We help researchers to get good results, to save time. Saving time for the researchers, we are gaining time for the research. Doing what? In the 20th century, collecting things. This has been it has been, now probably we forget it, and probably a lot of you never did that, but I did. So collect things, collect articles meant to subscribe journals individually to the different subscribers, paying different currency, receiving, opening envelopes, controlling the numbers. We did that. We collected. We've been useful doing that. But this is the past. This is the science that the scientists built in the 19th and the 20th century. But now science is different. Science always has been about the discovery, about reading, about reusing the information. That it changes the tools that researchers has to do that. And now we are, in my opinion, in the beginning of a new way to do things, not at the end. And one of the most difficult things for librarians, also for the researchers, is to see how we can continue doing the things that we did in the past, that is to help researchers to get the good results. But our landscape is new because the computers and the networks, not only the physical networks, but also the social networks, are changing the science. Science has been, in comparison with now, quite static. But now the goals are the same, because even scientifics, they need to read, they need to access, they need to change, they need to reuse. But the means are another kind of means. Clearly, I insist, we are not at the end, we are not in the middle, we are just in the beginning. in the beginning is in something that now it's called open science, about some debate. We had a debate, we contributed as a LIBER to debate because the European Commission discussed about if the correct name is open science or science web 2.0. I remember that 10 years ago, this kind of conversation began. And we, at the same that we say that it's open science, we said that it's grid science. But at the end it's the same, is the humanity, sometimes humanity doesn't evolve, or evolves, but suddenly is making a step, it's like a change of paradigm, and now we are living on that. I will show you, or I can show now, this is you can to find here this is that we can, this kind of new science, but you can see that the important thing is not to explain exactly what everything is, but you can see how open labs, notebooks, open, infrastructure means open code, like, sorry for that, open access, open review, open bibliographies, open annotations, open data. Open science is a lot of things. Here you can have a definition is in my presentation, you can find in the Wikipedia or in other one. But in my opinion, the most important thing of this new way to do science is that science will be open. Why? Because for ethic reasons, because if we pay, through our taxes, we pay for the science, we also need or have the right to access to the science. But this is not the unique reason. So it's an ethical, legal, it doesn't matter. But also, today, scientists are completely convinced that if you open the science, this science will be better. Because other people will help you to improve the results. Scientists are not afraid for the comments of other scientists. The comments of other scientists should to improve the research. To allow that it's good is to open science. And and we as a librarian, that our role is to help libraries, to help research institutions to be open. This is no context. We still have researchers, but the former print volumes we still have, but nearly we'll have libraries without books, or libraries with the books, or the print volumes stored in warehouse, and digital libraries, and probably open digital libraries. But these libraries has been also need support, and who is more well prepared to give support to digital libraries, to the researchers for that, librarians. So, because we still are or can be helpers in the new context. We can to help researchers to discover, to access, to preserve, and to use articles in this sense. Sorry, if this is the new landscape, open science, and this is the role of librarians to be helpers, why institution that like LIBER, that is an institution that was created in order to help research libraries to get their objectives. What is LIBER? You learned before, I will not explain. I assume that the figures are the same, or perhaps we have some new member that is here in my slide that wasn't in yours.
Slight changes,
Well, probably it's the same.
We're always evolving.
LIBER is an alive organization. If you are so kind, Paul and Frida, that not to explain to Christina, even LIBER does so many things that sometimes I am lost. So, but we try to organize the thing that we do in strategic directions, and just now we extended the strategic plan, and we are changing the strategic plan. If some of you are members of LIBER, is a good occasion to participate. That I wanted only is to say is that one of the things that we are doing, and it will be in the next strategic plan, is to do that. Is how, if you remember the pictures that I showed you before, is how we can, or Liber can help libraries that during all the time, with a lot of effort, with a lot of money, but sometimes more effort than money, because you know that to get money costs a lot of effort. How we've been collecting print volumes, how this role that has been so clear, now we can to move of Liber can help libraries to move to another context where our role is not exactly collect journals, but to do another thing. And it's clear that one of the visions that Liber has, strategically, I don't know, is in the new plan or in the last, is to be here in order to have value, in order to be relevant, no, to be here, to be in the open science. Liber is fighting. Christina, our president, is fighting, and fighting I think is the correct verb, to be in the landscape, to talk with the European community and to be in the open science platform, in the open science, I don't know, and the European things. That, why? Because librarians, we have a role to play, but traditionally, not always all the people see this or recognize, and that we want is to say, yes, we have a role, because if our voice is not heard in Europe, in the big, if only researchers talk about each other, if we don't say that something has problems, like the digital preservation, this is our unique voice. So this is the thing that we had to do, and one of the things that we have is clearly one of our strategic directions is to enable open science. But my role here is not talk about Liber and neither to talk about open access. That I want is to talk about Liber, sorry, and about Liber, but I want to talk a bit about open access. Open access, this is a definition, you know, that is a misleading word because it means free. I learned how the misleading is thanks to Ignazi, because you say open, what's open? For me, open is that you can to read or to reuse, but open is more than that. It's not only you can to read without borders of barriers, but also you can to reuse. Open access was born, is very, very young. It was born, it depends, whether 2002 or 2003 or 4. We celebrated the 10 years 2 years ago. But the important is that this is a picture of my country. We live in the, probably if I travel 30, 40 kilometers, I can to take a picture exactly the same, because the Mediterranean. Well, open access is there. All the people think or talk about the open access, even publishers. When you, in presentation like the Cambridge or Oxford, but also Elsevier, Springer, all the even commercial publishers are convinced that open access will be in, it's here or will be here. So open access in the horizon. So in some sense, open access gained the battle almost at the theoretical level, because when you talk about scientifics, when you talk about with publishers, they talk about open access. But the key question is that, because in Liber we created this working group, is that open access gain the battle in the theory, but not the battle in the practice. Open access, we are quite far, except these so impressive numbers and figures that Paul could show, but you know that you are clearly an exception. This is good for you, but the best, no. But we, sorry, I think I forget it. Yes, because it depends how you what the open access is, but not more than 25% of the whole scientific production is in open access. There are not enough papers debating this, and I insist that this depends on what open access you can to consider. But open access, if you compare how well accepted is the open access at the theoretical level, and how the open access is at the practical level, there is a big gap. That we want in LIBER is to help to diminish the gap, to help to reach a situation, an ideal situation, where the readers in the world, our users, can to read the scientific literature without barriers. And to do that, we need to do things in the practical level. I insist in that because this is the focus of our working group, is to do things, practical things. I am anticipating my conclusion. We don't already decided what things we had to do because we just started. But our intention is to do things at the practical level. One important thing that, in my opinion, we need to be in the mind and to know this is the ITHACA. ITHACA is a group, an American group that published some reports, and this is the last report that you can find here examines the habits, the behaviors of the researchers with information about the library. It doesn't matter, but here the question is, which are the most important things that you are considering when you decide to publish one article? Forget the colors, because the colors, this study, they repeat it, but look to the black colors. Yeah? Well, the researchers are, well, the main reason to publish in one journal and not in another is the area of coverage, the quality, these kind of things that our colleagues now from Oxford or Cambridge University Presses explain it. So the motives to publish in open access are at the bottom. And this makes sense, because in this moment, the pressures to publish, the pressures to be effective are in other part. I think that we had to be realistic. Too much times, the people that we talk with think quite similar with us, and we have no clear perception of the reality. I am convinced that open access will be there, but also the reality is that we are quite far to the good results that we expect to have. Only to mention, this is like a parenthesis before to arrive at the core of my presentation, but I think that, I want not to be too boring, only to mention that LIBER has a long tradition in working in open access. I have slides here about these programs, but I am not talking specifically because I think we will lose a bit. But LIBER has been working with European programs, but those programs has been, well, programs that tried to help a bit, no? To move a bit, no? To push. And well, Medonet, I talk about that because it's the oldest, and I participated, is tried to arrive at recommendations about how to manage open access policies. Pasteur is doing something, Foster is, but a bit when we created the working group, that it was a suggestion of our president, Cristina Ormia, the idea was a bit well, the theoretical work is done. No, we have mandates, we have roadmaps, sorry, because we have roadmaps, we have mandates. In Spain we have a law. We've been talking about we know the weaknesses and the strengths of the repositories, the goal and the hybrid. All of this work, very important, that we need is more or less done. But so, which is the problem now? The problem now is not the theoretical, to have theoretical tools, but to have practical tools that help to achieve this 100% of open access, or to help people to publish in open access. So you can find this more information if you want, but in my opinion, the idea is this one. The theoretical framework is more or less done. That we need is practical things. Today I want to talk a bit more, and probably this is more or less the core of the nucleus or the most part of my talk is to talk about that. And probably not all of you or of my colleagues agrees with this. In my opinion, open access is multicolored, as you know, not only green and gold. Here I found 6 different colors for the open access. But from my point of view, we as librarians, we have to play in all the fields. Let me explain and to talk a bit about all these different fields. First, the black, because the black used to be the worst color, no, is funebrous, but the black is big deal. Big deals, we still talk about the deals, but big deals for very humble countries like mine, it represented a huge increase of access for the researchers. Open access that tries is to open scientific literature to read, but also that it's clear in this moment that someone has to pay. Who pays? Well, in this moment, universities, through their libraries, through their consortia, they are paying the big deals. We will see how a lot of, or in all the cases, for all the colors, one of the most important problems for the open access usually is the model price. I know the big deals are not solving all the problems, but big deals are there, and big deals for, I insist, for regions or countries like mine, has been and still are a way how to increase enormously the access for the researchers. Which role we have? Well, we are collecting money and giving money, but also in this moment, no, we are having negotiations trying to contain the price, complain with the publishers, but also I think the most important thing that we have to do is to avoid the double dipping. This is an ethic question, this is not the money. Probably avoid the double dipping for my consortium is less than 1%, because perhaps we are not publishing and paying, but we cannot do, this is not good, not for publishers, neither for librarians, not for researchers. The idea, we are living a crisis because we are changing the old model to a new one. We need to give prestigious to the new one. If we do things like that the publishers are, in this moment, in my opinion, they are doing. They are collecting money for the one thing, and for the same thing they are collecting more money. It doesn't matter if this is €1, 1,000 euro, 1 million of euro, it doesn't matter, this is not ethic. This doesn't help to change, and we need to fight very hard here. And consortia can do, because consortia are very organized, we are more or less not a lot, we met every year in the ICOL, so this is not the unique thing that we can do, but it's one of the things that we can do. We also can to open our license. We are in the public sector, why not to explain what happened with, I don't know, the Springer license in Spain or the Springer license in Slovenia or in Finlandia. I think this is one of the questions. But sorry, and I will change over the slide. I think that big deals we'll need to talk about the big deals, because some scientific publications probably never will recover data through APCs, through the author publishing cost. I'm in librarianship. I am librarian. I've been reading about librarianship in the last 30 years. I cannot imagine to open, not that the librarians that wrote interesting articles will pay 500 euros to publish. We need to imagine other things and to collect money and to pay for the subscriptions, but fair subscriptions that you can to pay every year, I think is a good way. Second one, you know, the revolutionary one, the green. This is the unique, in my opinion, always is my opinion, you can to discuss. In my opinion, this is the unique way, this is the most long-changing way to the scientific communication. Probably in 20 years, the green approach still will be there. At the end, that we are doing with gold is reproducing the same mechanism, except because we open. That is very important. But the green is really a new model. But the green also has a lot of problems. I strongly recommend to read the Finch report. I think the Finch report is a very clever report, probably very criticized for the people sustaining the open access, the green open access, but the Finch report, independently that their recommendations, is a clever report. And one of the things that the Finch report says is that the repositories, for the moment, they have a lot of weaknesses. At the same time, independently of the open access, universities, institutions, scientific research has the right to collect the publications of their members. So institutional repositories will be there, and some ones will be subject repositories, who knows. But at the end, institutional repositories will be there, independent, insist, of the open access solution that the open access will take for the world. So green open access, in my opinion, is not the solution for today, but is something that is helping to achieve the final solution. And here we have a lot of things that we can do. And in the end, we are doing. Well, the goal is the paradise is fantastic. It's some completely open access journals, peer review with DOAG now is cleaning the database. DOAG is well, the journals included in DOAG every time are more scrutinized, so you can, every time there are more journals in DOAG, and the quality also is higher. But the problem is, for the goal, is at the end, the weakness is the model, the business model is who pays. In some cases, you are paying. Well, the institutions and societies, in some sense, they always paid, and someone can decide to continue to paying completely, but this make big changes. American Chemical Society or Royal Chemical Society, that is, or societies in general, during long time, they collected money, they gained money through the journals, and they put the money in the subject. I am not discussing this, because with the money that they collected in the journals, they could to sustain their subject, but this is changing. If you belong to one society and thanks to the journal you could to pay the congresses, if the journals are open access, how you will pay the congresses without the fees or the money that you collected through the journal? So something is changing. This means that you can do that. For instance, sorry to explain you my life, but I belong to a small society. Is a heritage or historical society of the not of my country but of my country. Well, we are altruistic and voluntarism. We publish one journal. Why? Because we put money from our pocket, because we are interested in promote the culture that is in our country. This will continue, but sometimes if your journal has a lot of success, if you need someone that helps you to organize the peer review, because you are receiving a lot of articles, you have to pay this person. It's not only your work, it's the work that you have to pay to others. So journals has cost. Someone has to pay for the cost. And even the journals that are collecting fees, before that I expressed that I think the APC has other problems. We will talk immediately about the APCs, but the APCs, in my opinion, the most important weaknesses of the APCs is that you can do, if one researcher published an article and the researcher received money from a project And as consequence of this project, he published the article. He can to take a small proportion of this money and to put this, and to pay the APCs. But what about all the science that works without these projects? No, it exists also. I think that the open access based in APCs is very good for the top of the science, but is not a solution for the mid science or the bottom science that also exist. Here also we have a role, and we are playing a role. And Paul explained it, and tomorrow Sophie will explain that we are, or someone's are trying to change things with academic presses. Tomorrow, another speaker, a very interesting one called Luis Anglada, will speak to you, will explain that in our consortium we are helping Catalan scholarly journals to be published in internet also. So we have role doing that. We have that, I say, what is the silver? Okay, sorry, silver or hybrid mode. Well, you know that at the end, and it has been a bit a surprise, because at the beginning of the open access, we talked about the open access, the green and the gold, and finally someone surprised us. It was a Springer it was called a Springer choice. They say, okay, why not to open the journals? But open means that some articles will be published closed, and others will be published open. We will open the articles if you pay something. As I said, open access by payment, in my opinion, is not the final solution. It can be a transitory solution. In the United Kingdom, they have a good experience because they collected, well, the government gave money to the universities to organize that. But if the payment of the APCs in this moment has a cost, it makes no sense. Otherwise, that you are centralizing this or including this. After that, I will to talk about the same. But otherwise, you include the APCs payments in the license. The payment of the APCs is an administrative thing that has its own cost. But also, it's clear that libraries have a role also helping the university to collect this money and to pay and to do more easy and to explain to the authors that they can to publish this in open through the hybrid journals. But who knows? Because we have a gray in the sense that in the sense of the gray literature, remember, no? The gray is something that is there but is not very well known. Who knows? There are a lot of articles or publishes or articles that are there that you can to get. Why? Well, remember, within the whole citation current contents, you could too. Well, the poor countries like mine, the authors, the researchers or librarians, they wrote to the authors, and they said, okay, well, we had to prepare a prepared sheet, and we said, oh, I read I knew that you published it in an article that seems very interesting for me. Please, can you send me a copy? And the author had copies, and they posted, and they sent it. It was a P2P. A P2P before internet, it was a P2P relation, and now why not? P2P is like academia and research gate. It's quite early to say, but it seems that there are a lot of information here, a lot of articles. It's difficult to say how many articles are there, and probably one of the possible words for our working group probably is measuring how many articles are there. Authors has web pages, and even that the ResearchGate that still works. And sorry for the publishers, because I know that you don't like this kind of. I'm sorry to remember that exist things like C-Hub, but sorry, but if we not find a good solution, something will happen. This is that happened with the music. Remember, not very far, it existed the very powerful companies, and Napster destroyed this. Why? Because we created a network P2P, and we changed it. So I think that this is not the solution, neither that, because we need solutions stable, solutions that helps researchers, and those solutions must be built, and those solutions have cost. But we need to find a good solution now, because the idea that in this moment is gaining positions is the idea that there is enough money to sustain the scholarly communication. So there is enough. Sorry if you Elsevier, sorry for the. Please, do you want to play for a moment the Elsevier role?
No.
Please. Well, to Elsevier, to Cambridge, to Springer is the moment to say there is enough money, because there is enough money in my institution. I have no more staff to do more work, so there is no more money to do the same. That we need to change, open the cards, and this is a bit the idea that in a very small scale did some physicists with scope 3, or this is the idea that Max Planck put on the table. It's difficult to get, but at the end I think is a powerful idea. We must to find a solution because there is enough money. Perhaps we need to go and to search, to look for the new money in other places, but in evaluation or in the research, very competitive research projects, or analyzing what happened with the research and showing to the institutions how to improve the research through the analysis of data, but not from the communication. Communication of scholarly results is very well formalized. We have the articles worked well. We know that the journals is important, peer review is important, so why not to put the money and not to invest more money? And the idea of the offsetting is this, is all the money that we collected for Elsevier, 100% was for the license. Why not to take one small part of this? For instance, the 3%, and we have 97% for the whole model to pay for it, and the 3% to pay for publish, and to open that. And next year, to continue this. So to change the same money, but to balance and to open, not to put money that we traditionally put, the money to read, and to put some part of this money to publish, and to help in this sense to the researchers of our institutions to get open access result, but also to open the science that our researchers are preparing. Well, this is the landscape. Now, what LIBER want to do? Well, LIBER, the decision to create this working group is very recent, so we have not a long history, so I cannot to explain a lot of things here. That I want to stress is that LIBER is one of the organizations that we can do things. Why? Well, we did in the past. It has been necessary a lot of lobbying and advocacy. We, librarians or libraries, has not been the unique and probably not the most important. But I insist with the idea, open access is here, is in the horizon. Open access at the theoretical level gained the battle. But now that we need is to insist in how to be able to realize open access at the practical level. And this probably is sorry for the war metaphors, but we human beings, we have war metaphors. This is a war, a global war, but this has a lot of national battles. This is a battle here in Slovenia, a battle in in Germany, a battle in Spain, in Catalonia, it doesn't matter. And LIBER is an organization, but it's very well placed in order to organize this kind of battles, in order to collect data, in order to push in the same direction at a lot of places. One of the problems that, in my opinion, we have in our field is that the news that comes from United Kingdom or from Netherlands are very well known for us. But things that happen in Italy, things that happen in Turkey, things that happen in Slovenia, very difficult to know. It's for that we organize informal meetings and this, but also we need to know what is happening and to talk not only about that is happening in one part of the world, but also to know exactly and to be able to have the same agenda in different countries, to push in the same direction. We created the working group. In this moment, our stress is the implementation, the practical. We are not, our role is not to make another study to prepare a roadmap, this is done. That we want is to implement, to help. Now I am talking personally, not for the boys of Matis or Sophie, that are the other members or that lead this. Implementation means to do things, and to do things at the practical in all these 6 or more colors. It doesn't matter. That the unique thing that we need to be interested is to know if one thing that is proposed is practical or is not practical, if this helps or not in order to achieve the open access goals. And for the moment that we have is 3 areas that are not very important to discuss, but for the moment we have is license, service for repositories and policies. But we are just starting. Here, I think is a good moment to stop and to answer questions if you have. I have only 3 minutes, so I will stop. But here you can to read that things that, as example, we can do, but we finally will do this. We'll decide in one meeting that we'll have soon, a virtual meeting, and that our intention is to have an agenda of things, practical things that we can do, not only, well, in different countries at the same time, together. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we have time for some questions, and I'm sure that there are questions. Yeah, absolutely, please. There are questions, so please. Audience. Tiberius, yes.
I have a question.
Not a complaint. Not a complaint. Okay.
I very much enjoyed how Luis started saying that we have to envision that science is, we pay some money. Please allow me to consider myself part of science.
Yes, you are.
And of course has to give something back. And also one of them, in the beginning when we started to organize this, it was the return of investment in science. So my question is somehow like, I very much like how you started regarding that. So my question is, let's imagine that we enable open science. So we have open access, we have open data, we share the data, we are allowed to mine the data. What would be, in your opinion, the next contractual obligation we should put on our agenda? Considering that it's a contract between science, research, and the society who's funding it. What would be the next one after, in an ideal world?
Learning materials. Learning materials. Textbooks, but not only textbooks. Things that help people to understand mathematics, problems, things that help professors in secondary schools or in university to explain history. So now we are, in my opinion, and it's logical that we the researchers and societies and the financial bodies, they are putting a lot of stress with research, because research is like the engine that push, no? But after that we have is a lot of people that is learning things in our faculties here, and we are, I don't know, I'm not talking for your country, but my country, we are doing the same, exactly the same that we did when I studied in the university 1 century ago. No, so we need to change that. I think the open learning materials will be, and open learning materials I include in the open science. If you examine the European, that Europe consider issues or items in the open science, they include open educational resources, I think is the name.
Questions?
as you said, the open science is not only open data or open articles or open research reports. Open science is also Moodle, open learning object, and so forth and so forth. So it's not only the things that the librarians are talking about, but also the open science is going on outside the libraries at the moment. And if you won't be quick, it will go forward without the librarians. But maybe I should just add to that thing that even nowadays, in some fields that I know about, there are some attempts that actually do not take into consideration nor the librarians or the publishers. The scientific researchers, they communicate with each other without the libraries and without the publishers. And we should think about the idea or maybe fear whether this will be the open science world without the publishers and without the librarians. And I'm a librarian myself, so I'm thinking about my position in that kind of world. So the education within the libraries, some ideas you put in your slides, there are some roles for the librarians within the open science. Not only the negotiation plans and the licensing contracts and so on. That's just a brief thinking on the topic. Thank you.
Well, me also, I agree that we need, well, librarians, it doesn't matter, we need things that, I don't know in 100 years, I don't know. We were talking with Miro yesterday about the airports. Every time there are less clerk work there and more machines. So who knows? But at the end, for the next 5, 10, 15 years, you need people doing things, probably not boring things. No, tomorrow I will try or not to explain, because perhaps I will not have time, that we are moving from different databases to a central or unique database like you have here. Why we are doing this? Because that we want is to say to save the work that is done with repetition in different institutions in order to do new and more interesting work. For the moment, clearly, open science, open access, open research data need people working for that. Well, when a thing is new, new things are easy to attract a lot of voluntary effort. And probably in your faculties or in your universities, they appear people that say, I will change the world. We will publish for the first time an open access journal. But the first journal that was open access was published by voluntary, but after that people are boring doing that. Well, examine that happened with the scientific publication, where the scientific journals was born in societies and in the universities, and now they are in commercial publishing. Why? Because it's very boring to do that, no, in universities, so they displaced that. Probably we lost the opportunity to collect again the science and to do this in the academia. And now we have again the opportunity. But at the end, someone has to do the work that in this moment still is necessary to do. Sorry, you wanted to...
I just wanted to add a Slovenian perspective on that. There is another reason why university or faculty journals are going on or transferring them to commercial publishers. At least in Slovenia, there is an evaluating system of the research work, and it depends whether you publish in a home journal or international.
Sure. I agree. Yeah, sure.
Influence the publishing sphere, not only in Slovenia but also worldwide as well. So when the research agencies will change their evaluation policies, and they will not depend on the citation indexes as they are today, the big deal evaluation systems, that could change the sphere as well, the layout.
Sure. Usually reality is too complex to summarize in half an hour. But you are right, I agree.
Although we have, as I mentioned, a little delay, I will put another question if you allow me. What can small country as Slovenia is do in a context of big deals versus offset contracts? not to be in unfavorable position in compare with countries with huge research output.
But countries like Slovenia or regions like Catalonia or Greece, if we are able to join our efforts, probably we have a size that can be compared to a big countries. Big countries are exceptional because they are big and great because they invest along. Well, in order not for talk about United Kingdom that is big in size but also is doing things very well. If we talk about Netherlands, for instance, that is not so big like United Kingdom. So for this kind of countries that we need is to find our own way. Because usually we are, sorry for the metaphor, but we are living the life of the others. It's not possible to apply, probably it's not possible to apply that Netherlands did in Slovenia and neither in one of the problems that the countries that we are not at front is that we want is to copy the strategies that they are doing or doing the countries that are in the first line, and this is our big mistake. No, it's impossible to do that. Probably we will reach their level, but we need is to find our own path to arrive there. And the first is to be well organized at national level. After that, to be well organized at regional level. And after that, to be well organized at, I don't know, for instance, the south of Europe. Me, I am completely convinced that there are some countries like yours, but this is not a problem of the big or the small, or the rich or poor, because in some cases the question or the problem is not only the money, because our inability to organize ourselves.
So it's very obviously that economy of open access is even more complicated than traditional subscription models. Thank you very much for your great presentation.
Thank you.
Now, excuse me, Luis, your coat. Yeah, okay. Now we have another interesting presentation from our neighborhood. Our colleague Alisa Martek, she's coming from National University Library of Croatia. Formerly, she was her position was at the Library of National Archive in Zagreb, and she will tell us some news about new projects in Croatia. We asked her for a very short, but I hope so, very powerful information. Things happen there, and we are absolutely interested what will be in the very next future. Alisa, please.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Here is your.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so the title is Formation First Steps in First Year of Our Consortia. Well, this is just that. A brief history. So the licensing electronic content is of course not new in Croatia. It has been going for 20 years now with the Center for Online Databases. But since 2011, the ministry is seeking solutions for another way of procurement for e-resources. Why? Because the Center for Online Databases was only a project. It was a great project. It has been going on for so many years, but the reality is budgetary constraints, and of course we all know that state budgets are always shrinking for the electronic resources. So the first step towards the solution was the Committee for Selection of the Foreign Scientific Databases. We love committees. So it was formed, and there were members from all universities and research libraries. And the first meeting was held in April 2011. They drafted documents, the agreement on establishing consortia and the statute of the consortia, but This committee didn't last very long. I honestly don't know what happened, because back in 2011 I was working for the Croatian State Archive and wasn't involved in the scientific world very much, but rather cultural one and national heritage. So to continue the history, there were a lot of discussions to form informal or formal consortia. Then, of course, if it's formal consortia, we would need more support, budgetary support from the ministry. And of course, we are working in the vicious circle. So the conclusion is that the application to EU funds was the most important in order to help the state budget and to fulfill all the needs from our researchers for all the journals that is needed for our research. So my library, National and University Library, is of course eligible to apply to EU funds, and that's why the complete work was transferred from the Center of Online Databases to the library. There was an agreement signed on cooperation between the Ministry of Science, Education and Sports and the library. It was signed in April last year, and it is the basis actually of formation of our consortia, and it is the basis of everything that we started doing in this last year in the library. Here are our objectives between our cooperation between the ministry and the library. And the most important thing is that the library is taking work on the procurement and on the negotiating with the publisher, as well as connecting all the libraries within the system, and to give and to make available all electronic resources. Of course, the rationality of usage of funds is the primary key, because we found out that the electronic resources bought with institutions' money, so there were individual subscriptions of the institutions, are often doubling, tripling and multiplying the same resources. And that's where we saw our mission and our opportunity to make this into one consortia. If not on the national level, then on the, we call it mini consortia level, so the mini consortia on the publishers level, and that's how we see it. We have two committees. As I said, we love committees. So one is advisory committee that is represented from the biggest scientific institute library, and of course our colleague who is here is the natural sciences. The other colleague from the University of Zagreb medical faculty is representing biomedicine. Our colleague from the University of Split is representing the technical sciences. Professor Vicelja Matijašić from the University of Rijeka, humanities. Our colleague from the University Library of Osijek, social sciences. My colleague from the library, and colleague Amalia from the ministry. Out of this committee was formed the negotiation committee, because we soon found out that all of us at the advisory committee wouldn't be able to talk to the publisher effectively. So Professor Judas is
the Vice Rector for Science and International Cooperation at the Zagreb University. Ivana Pavlaković is from the Ministry of Science, Education and Sport. Marko Orešković is head of IT department at the library, and myself is here. So how it works? It works that the negotiation committee is talking to the publishers, collecting all the data, collecting all the renewal subscriptions, present it at the advisory committee. I also have a team. It's only one person, but hopefully there will be another in the office that collect the statistical data, the usage data, and all the wishes from the library. So all of it is presented to the advisory committee, and the final list is made for subscription for 2000. So it was for this year because we only started the last year. The portal for e-resources has been made. This is the main page. So here everyone can find the news on access and databases, the trial accesses. As we are the library of the University of Zagreb, there are databases that are procured just by the university. Of course, the distant access is always the main question from our researchers. So we try to give it through the proxy or through the shibboleth. We created newsletters, so each topic that is announced on the portal is sent via newsletter to the librarian's email. And newly from this year we implemented the discovery service. We chose the EBSCO discovery service, and this is something that it is still being tested, and soon it will be in the full access. Okay, to be able to do all that, we applied to the European Social Fund. So this is a fund that is already in Croatia. This is a fund that is administrated by the Ministry of Labor, but our certifying authority is the Ministry of Science, Education and Sports. You can see here the framework is operational program efficient human resources till 2020. Priority access is education and lifelong learning. Here is investment priority, here is the specific goal, and the name of our project is increasing the access of electronic sources to scientific and technical information. The funding allocation is 85% from the European Social Fund and 15% is the national participation. It started this year, so it's from 2016 to 2020, and the rationality behind it is that only 0.79% of GDP is invested in science in 2014 in Croatia, and this is, I'm sorry, but the sad reality. So if we are investing so low, of course, the low funds from the state budget for procurement. And that's why the European Social Fund is here to help institutions in Croatia to overcome those budgetary problems. In 2016, we had only 5 subscriptions. 2 of them were to the citation databases. The other one was Ovid Journal, so this is for the biomedical consortia. And here was EBSCO with their databases. and the MathCNet, the American Mathematical Society, but this is low subscription. So we received in total 17.6 million euros in 5 years. So for this year, we had 22 meetings with the publishers. We had 4 meetings of the advisory committees, which made the final list for procurement. The National and University Library is conducting the procurement process. So the procurement process is still going on because it depends on this social fund. So our main activity on the project is, of course, the procurement of e-resources. But because this is the European Social Fund and the main authority is Ministry of Labor, we have to focus on the young scientists, on the workshops, and we have to promote e-resources, we have to promote usage, and that's why many workshops are planned, especially workshops on all Croatian universities, the workshops on the Croatian public scientific institutes. We planned 3 conferences. So one is planned for the next year in 2018 and finally in 2020. And of course, we will promote the project on domestic and international conferences. In order to organize the workshops at the library, especially at the library, so for our students that come to the National Library, we call it an ESC Center. So we formed the ESC Center. We will buy IT equipment for the center, and we will support the wireless in the whole library. Excuse me. So we will support the wireless network in the whole library. And because we now have an open access proxy server that is having more problems that it solves the distant access problems, we will probably buy an easy proxy, and hopefully with that we will solve this distant access through proxy. And that's that. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions.
Thank you. So, great news from Croatia. And questions? Alisa is staying here tomorrow as well.
Yes, tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Paul, please.
May I ask a question? Yeah. How easy was it to move to a model where, with European Social Fund monies, you were able to procure databases nationally, as opposed to the previous position where you didn't have a culture or tradition, I think, of national procurement?
Well, actually we had, because the Center for Online Databases did procure nationally, and it was always nationally. But when there was money in the state, then there wasn't a problem to procure, I call them big publishers on the national level. But when this budget shrank and the publishers weren't as sensitive to our problems as we hoped they would be, we of course had to cut subscription. So for example, someone mentioned the Orange publisher. We don't have their subscriptions for 3 years now, and we are sustaining, and we are very happy to be sustaining in hope that they would lower their appetites for the next set of negotiations.
That's very
Okay.
Okay, and I'm happy to join with Miro and Slovenia in our efforts.
Well, it's absolutely welcome every time. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. We need
switch.
Yes, and we have the next speech. I warn you, it will be very interesting now. Jan Erik van Cleef is coming. Hello. No. Jan is one of the most, let's say, innovative and dynamic people in this business. And I know him almost 20 years. We started with Silver Platter, then via Ovid, and then Thomson Reuters. Now he will represent one very extremely interesting tool for, let's say, analyzing open access articles in institution. I will help you also with the presentation.
Okay.
And
well, I know that I'm the last speaker, so I can do two things: or I can make you sleep, or I can wake you up. So my style is a little bit to wake you up. You've seen a lot of presentations about open access, gold. This is the part about the practice of open access. So this is not the part about talking about it or looking for all kinds of things. The reason I'm showing you this slide is that Science Metrics, which is our mother company, has done a study for the European Commission on the availability of the number of open access articles at the moment available. And as you can see, that in 2013, when we conducted this study, the open access availability was under the 50%. When we've done the study again, it was in 2014, we've seen that it's above 50%. We thought it's the tipping point. And as you can see, the graph goes up completely. Not only for the new years, but of course, we'll find much more articles all the time. Now, I put this extra slide in because I'm not going to talk about the first one about paywall subscriptions, or a lot of money is spent on APCs. We heard figures like £1 million. And there's also a lot of effort in collecting the metadata. One point I would like to add today is there seems to be a lot of systems out there, publicly funded, open air, base, open door, all those kind of different systems. The one doesn't do gold, the other one doesn't do green, the other one does just do medicine, the other one said, no, we do only for physics. It's a real big mess out there. Now, when we created One Science, we spoke first with librarians, with consortia leaders, with vice chancellors of research, and we asked them for feedback. And they said there are a couple of big problems we have. A lot of people talk about open access is not a good quality. Journals come, journals go. Other people say, well, if you do a system, it should be like Google. So a lot of people say, oh, don't forget, I have such problems with my institutional repository to get the articles from my university in the institutional repository. So that's why we created One Science. However, we want to be selective, and we said we only take peer-reviewed journals. No, peer review is very easy in physics and medicine. However, in the art and humanities and social science, where we visit this beautiful library this morning, it's different. So for us, peer review is a placeholder. That's an important point. For the rest, just to give you at least one new definition of open access, this is the modern definition of open access. It's called gratis open access, opposed to libre open access, according to the Budapest Declaration. So what we're doing is, our definition is very simple. It's gratis, PDF, and it should be easy to download, one click. So at the moment, we have already the largest database on open access papers. 21 million, I always shock myself about it, 21 million open access full text articles. I've seen initiatives, I'm not going to name them, SOAP and SP4 and whatever. And if you ask them, tell me how many articles you have. They say 600. They say, wow. And what was the funding? 4 million from the EU. Wow. That's not a bad effort. We have 21 million articles at the moment. We're growing 500,000 articles per month. And how do we do this? First of all, we have a special technology called the election technology. Where the biggest issue is? Finding the metadata. Okay? So we have to go to a lot of sources in order to find the metadata. One source that can be the PDF, and another source that can be the abstract, and another source you can find the article. So we have to go to 10, 12 different sources in able to get the metadata. Now, this is the big thing we built. Okay? We built harvesters, connectors, and so on, because think about us, we're just like, well, a lot of people say, why do you pay for open access articles? And then we say, why do you pay for bottled water? Or why do you pay for fish? Fish is free in the ocean. So what we've created is a software as a service. Okay? We're going out there and we go and fish and find those open access articles. That's why we created a lot of data connectors, harvesting connectors, because the good news is, as you know, we don't do only green or only gold or only this, we do hybrid green and gold. Okay? Now, finding the hybrid articles, and a lot of times people talk about that and say, oh, well, it's difficult to find them. Well, sometimes publishers change the download button every time on the homepage. So we have to all the time connect, reinvest in those harvesters. Good news is we've got 250 million articles around there somewhere. Okay, we collected them already. One point, and I don't want to be the teacher in open access, but a lot of people say, we have millions of documents. What does that mean? That doesn't mean there are articles. So this is an important point. Don't let yourself fool with all those other free systems, because they talk about millions of documents. If you look into it, you get music in, which is great. But if I'm a researcher in physics, maybe on the background some bug might be happen, but that's not what I'm searching for. So what we're doing, very quick, we go through this data pipeline. At the moment we have 21 million. There's 100 millions we have to deduplicate. And why we have to deduplicate? Because sometimes an article can be at the scientist on the homepage, can be in an institutional repository, or it can be at the publisher. And all this information we export in our 3 services. Now, tomorrow we're going to talk a little bit on how can you save money. Because at the moment, what I heard is you have to renew your subscription. On top of that, you have to pay the APCs. On top of that, you have to do the institutional repository in your library. On top of that, you have CRIS systems, and they're not always talking with the institutional repository. And on top of that, there's a lot to do. Okay? So we help you where you can save money, and that's our OA Figure reports. OA Finder, it's our software as a service, and OA Finder Plus is one. Every time I'm everywhere, I ask one question. Tell me how many published articles from your university you have in your institutional repository. When I ask that question, they say, well, we got dissertations in. I say, no. Well, how many % of your articles from your researchers are in? That is what librarians told us. It's a big, big challenge. We help you there. We can deliver very easy the metadata for your university researchers immediately imported in your institutional repository. That's called OA Finder Plus. OA Figure, I'm not going to talk long about it. 2 monitoring reports. One report is for procurement officers. It shows you give the usage data, and we build a whole report on where it's cited, where it's published. And good news is the new metrics, percentage from open access per journal. Okay? If you want to know which journal, what the percentage of open access is, we have these new metrics. So, very easy, it can monitor open access, and then we have another report is when you want to see how good our institutional repository is at the moment, per different fields. And I know, Miro, you created already some kind of reports in that direction, so I'm really pleased to see that more and more people are thinking in that direction of looking at different metrics than just usage. Sorry to say, but at the moment is, when you ask, why do you cancel the journal? Usage. Why do you take that journal, or why you keep it? because the professor likes it. We're trying to bring a little bit more metrics in this whole game, and that's what we're going to show you tomorrow. So, OA Finder, very simple. If you want to find your green-gold hybrid peer review articles, we cover it. Okay? 21 million articles. Okay? One place to go. Not like 50 places to go, one click. One of the big advantages we created in our design of our platform is instead of, let me do in other system. You find a record, you go to the full text for the 7 windows and you find it, and then you have to go back again. So what we've done is you click on the articles and they automatically pop up in different windows. That is for a scientist a very important point, instead of going back and forward and so on. So, some numbers, I'm not going to run them through, but it shows you the uniqueness of OA compared to just a normal package of a normal. And by the way, these slides are available, so you can see for the normal packages who everybody has, you can see how much unique titles we have already in OA Finder. And by the way, as you've seen, we have a strong collaboration with Thomson Reuters regarding Web of Science, and that's for us very important, because we want to have not a system where a scientist types something in and he gets 10 million hits, correct? And then he has to see what it is. So this is a very important comparison. So what we're doing is we're trying to save you money on little used subscriptions and replace them by open access content. So no talking about open access or definitions, just start to get the article and start to work with it, correct? Because we can have a long philosophical talk, and I heard several speeches today. We talk about 10 years, some people say 14 years of access. Our aim for One Science is that you start to work with open access articles. They are out there. The big problem is to find them. That's our task. That's why we want to work. And one of the things is, an important point is it expands your collection and diversity. We're not fishing in the same pond like Scopus, Web of Science, always the same, is it 20,000 journals? We are trying to bring, if there are some interesting research in Moldavia, we will have it. If it's peer-reviewed, green-gold hybrid, we will have that article. So one of the important points is that we expand our collection, size, and diversity. OA Finder Plus, going very quick, it finds the article from your university researchers and it automatically gives you the metadata to put in your open access. Yes, I know universities, they told me, oh, it's holiday season, and I asked them, what are you going to do? So, well, I'm having Excel spreadsheets, I'm going to find the metadata for the articles from my researcher. And I said, oh, wow, that's great, happy holidays. I would have preferred that person would go on holiday and it would automatically all the metadata from his university in one go, in one click. So one of the important points, especially we saw the great presentation from Paul this morning, is especially if the government is starting to ask to report back on the articles from open access from your universities because they fund the research, as you heard this morning. A lot of people say, oh gosh, where can I find those articles from our researchers? So there's a big, big, big challenge going on. And it depends a little bit on which country, right? Thank you for also mentioning my country as being one of the 4 leaders in open access. It's always a pleasure to hear that. Next one, okay? So people say, wow, are you going to put pricing on? I say, sorry, we're in an open access. We're not going to hide what you have to pay for these services. Okay? So here it is. So very interesting, you know your tiering, which tiering you belong. Now, tier 1, that's $30,000, but for what? 21 million articles. Now, I asked somebody, tell me, what is the average price of an article? Somebody says $10 or €1, but then the price should be 21 million euro. That's not the case today, so that's the good news for today. So you can see here the different reports. So this is very easy, you find it on our internet site. We want to be, and now we're coming simple, transparent, and fair. Okay? So there's no about the pricing we're taking. Voila. In very short what we're doing. So we don't want to talk another 10 years about open access. Okay? I mean, sorry, I'm not obliging you not to talk about it, but if you really want to start and use it, what's available, please find us online. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
Any question? Yes. There is a question. Yeah, no. Something quick.
You keep them again.
First question is quality of metadata. If you collect metadata from different
sources,
I suppose all AI, PMH sources, problem is quality of metadata.
Sure.
And how will we solve this problem?
Well, first of all, it was a little bit in the one slide, which I mentioned that we have to go to different sources to find the metadata. Remember, our election technology, and you're right, in some sources you only find a PDF. In another source, you don't find the abstract. In another source, you don't find even the author name. So what we're doing is, in order exactly to, how would I say, to guarantee that quality. And if you can go, I don't know if we could go back a couple of slides. It's a bit up. Yeah, that's the one. So as you see here, we have our quality control, correct? So we need to have all those different fields, from different sources, to have it approved that the quality is alright. It's a very important matter. I don't want to talk too long about it, but it's an important matter that you have to go to different sources in order to find the full metadata. And of course, we have different tables. First go to publishers, then we're scrapping 60,000 domains, 60,000 journals. So we have a long, that's why we have this magnitude of 250 million articles, what we are still sorting out and goes through the data pipeline. But
use any text mining tools for extracting metadata?
Well, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. Every time when we talk about it, people love our technology. I remember in a certain country where we had to be 3 hours and they asked us exactly every detail from the whole way how we're doing it. I'm not going to reply on that now here in public, but we don't have secrets. We can even share you some data. You can see how the quality is. And our biggest reference is according to the Times Higher Education, and I saw Paul library got rewarded, so I'm also a big Time Higher Education fan. On the Time Higher Education ranking, Caltech, which is a customer of us, and we have a lot of more customers who are starting to understand that metadata is absolutely important and the quality is important. So we can do checks, we're very open-minded to that. So thank you for raising that question because it's an important point to find the metadata. But that's our job, okay? Otherwise, we do as the other librarian who goes in the summer holiday and finds some spreadsheets and finding it. So the idea is that you can do something else as a librarian data.
I'm researching, and I find
So well, for the moment we are covering journals, and then all the 2080 rules, remember 20%, 80% of the articles, so next year we will add citations, so that's an important point to consider, that you will have full text plus citations. So not only bibliographic records with citations, but the full text. And I will be pleased to come and present that, but as I said before, we can talk about it or we do something about it. And by the way, OA Finder works in EBSCO Discovery Tools, it works in Primo, Summon, OCLC, whatever. So it works very easy. It's just turn on and you start to get finally a lot of big collection. And maybe you have cancelled in the past some journals and you say, wow, we would like to have back. I mean, I'm thinking of Croatia, and Alicia, thank you for coming. I know Croatia for the last 20 years, and I think she's never give up, and now the consortia is there, so a big applause, I would say, for that. And just to let you know, but if you have budget restraints and you still want to have those articles, of course, we don't have the latest article because due of embargoes. However, the embargo headache is away, because if we have it, the embargo is gone. So a lot of people are really busy with putting in DSpace and putting in an agenda, a calendar invite, and say, oh, from Professor X, the embargo is gone, now I can put it in my institutional repository. So no, the good news is no embargo headaches anymore here. Thank you. Sure. I can be here for hours, so I don't have a problem.
If you compare your solution with Google Scholar, ResearchGate, Academia, and Google,
okay.
They are without any charge. And I think Google Scholar has much more resources.
I think that Google Scholar is a great resource, but there's a question of, there are some ratios on finding the full text and the number of hits you have and the ratios. I can tell you that exactly that the ratio, the ratio where you can't find it is 1 to 50. Okay? So this is the question, finding the article, remember? It's not getting the hits. So the how do you say that, the percentage of getting an article in Google Scholar and with us is 50. So on the 50 hits you might get one article. That's the difference. But it's a great interface and it's greatly used, and there's just a difference is how much time you have as a researcher. If you have time, I would say go through the 1 million hits and see if there's an article, or you say, I want to have it immediately. That's up to you.
They have very good rankings. I think that they have the best rankings on the world.
Well, what I should suggest is, why don't you have a trial and look at yourself how easy it is. Thank you.
Let's say some closing keynotes. Yeah, I would like to call Tiberius maybe to close today's meeting. Yes. Please. Tiberius is coming from Scientific Knowledge Services. Okay, obviously it was really very stressful presentation. Tiberius is coming from Scientific Knowledge Services. It's well known. We are working very close together, many projects, etc. So he's a part of organization, and his word is now as closing keynotes. And he will talk about their motivation, why to collaborate and, let's say, cooperate to organize such an event as it is today, workshop. Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for attending, for having the opportunity to organize together these things, and it wouldn't have been possible without all involved members, CTK, National University Library, and all the other partners. So a big thank you for everybody. Now, I have to be honest, I completely forgot that I have a presentation, because it was more like to have a note to explain why we are doing this. Thank you to Jan. He reminded me, and thank you to Sophie, because she lended her computer to me, and I did a presentation. Sorry for the speakers during which time I did a presentation today. So I'll try to be short. Why we wanted to have this little slot and explain, because we are a private company. We don't excuse for that. We Furthermore, we ask you kindly to include us as a partner for you. We dislike the term of vendor. We really want to be a partner for you. And we may be seen as weird people why we organize such an event while we are selling content on the other. It's not the only thing we are doing, right? But we are selling content. So we do not cut the branch while we sit on it. But I think it's important to explain. Actually, it starts then. Sorry, while making the presentation during the day, I also discovered a noble cause for having this little slot. And that noble cause will come at the end. So the answer stays in change. The world is changing, and we are changing every day. We as a company, the library world is changing, and we want to be part. We don't oppose to change. We embrace the change. The thing is that change itself is one thing, but managing the change, let's see, that's very important. It's a very important detail to manage the change, not just to assist it or to oppose it or to say, I agree. We have to manage the change. The next little secret is that it's better to manage the change together. What it means together, in our view, it means transparency. That means working together. And this is not for SKS, this is for us as a library ecosystem. Is working together, transparency, sharing, accepting variety, simplifying things, because we cannot work together if we don't simplify things. Networking, this is one thing we are doing over the coffee breaks and also during the presentation, and tolerating others' opinion. So every day we are assisting to change and challenges, and I hope I have your agreement that this is happening. We can neglect or we can say no, but this is happening every day is going to happen a change to us. So we better prepare for the change before change is coming. To answer the question now, why we organize such an event? Because we think it's important for us to contribute for this change, and hope I'm not arrogant, if possible, also to help putting together the management of change. How we contribute, I think, by bringing inputs and not networking, and this is the clear answer why we organize such an event. I hope everybody finds inputs during these 2 days, and everybody is able to network during 2 days. If we are doing this, if you are doing these things, and together you are doing these things, I think it explains why we, as SKS, together with our partners, how we contribute and why we explain. By doing that, we use 4 values. These are the values which are defining our company: transparency, hard work, honesty, and politeness. These are the day-to-day values we are working with. For some may look minor, for some other may look utopic, but this is exactly and precisely not only me, also my colleagues, we are doing. Honesty is beyond just being honest, is to identify when we possible mislead and to correct that. We set no goals for these events. Absolutely, we have absolutely no goals for this event. It will be nice maybe for you to set some goals while you are attending or while you are partnering with us, but we as a company set absolutely no goals, I mean, including financially, for such events. Oh, sorry. But what we expect from such events, it's a beautiful journey, and we envision that we will have a beautiful journey by organizing such events. We came here from Budapest. Last year we organized only in Ljubljana. We had a short visit to Maribor, which was very nice. That was a nice journey as well. And now we came from Budapest. It's not only physical that we had, but it's a beautiful journey. So we set no goals, but we expect to have a beautiful journey. Now, I hope I answered the question. I want just to remind that this is a special day. Today is part of what we organize. So this is a Liber Regional Day. This is a pilot, and I want you to take the full benefit of this pilot. This is a pilot not only for us, it's also for Liber, organizing a regional day, an opportunity to roll the strategy of Liber, the message, and also to bring more clarity for you maybe locally, because not all of you will be able to participate in Liber conferences or other ways. So we hope by organizing this day in this format, LIBER Regional Day, will help you connect it to European strategies promoted by LIBER. We actually invite you to connect to these strategies. Now, this special day and the date of tomorrow, I hope we will be supporting regional and international cooperations. We have some ideas from Miro, from Alisa, also hopefully from Luis, from Paul, and hopefully regional and international cooperation will come on top of your agenda. It is so important. We exist in form of human beings, and our team is a bit larger than this, but probably relevant for Slovenia, for Croatia, from other, I understood we have visitors from attendees from Serbia as well, and other countries. We have Goran living in Zagreb and visiting Ljubljana whenever is necessary. Marika in Prague. I am Tiberius. We all have email addresses if you want to contact us. Our names at Scientific Knowledge Services. Now the Nobel cause, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I dare, and no risk, no fun. The Nobel cause is that in the first coffee break, we'll have a lot tomorrow about open access university presses. And during the first coffee break, it was, I will not name because I don't even know if I'm allowed to say about this. An important director told me that in their big university, it's going to be taken a decision about making a university press. And it is probable that the university press will not be, the responsibility will not be landed to the library. So I discovered a Nobel cause. It's not my Nobel cause. I don't want to make a Nobel cause of SKS. Please forget I'm coming from SKS. Let's today and tomorrow help this library to take over this responsibility and to be the responsibility of that library setting up a university press. And I'm sure that library will set up an open access university press. So if that library wants to take position, maybe to take the floor now or tomorrow, or to discuss privately, to network, I invite that library and all the others. I invite Paul and Sophie. They are going to speak specifically on university presses, to bring arguments, to bring solid keywords and ideas and everything possible to pack this library with all necessary to convince the day after tomorrow their bosses, their deans and rectors and so on, to lend the responsibility of the university press to the library. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of what is going to happen.
Okay, great presentation.
Oh,
have to say.
I'm sure.
So,
I'm sure
thank you very much for your attention. It was, let's say, 4.5 hours of presentation. I think great presentation. 4. So this is for today. Tomorrow, very welcome. At 9 o'clock we start. At 8 o'clock registration. Please enjoy in Ljubljana. Enjoy nice weather. I hope so. Tomorrow will be the same. Thank you.